It's actually pretty warm today, so no jacket. No jacket. And a beanie. A beanie? What? Me wearing a beanie? What the fuck? What is this? What's up, bro? Actually, I want to do this real quick. Because it's raining out there. Prefer to have this shit all bundled up. What's up, Zooks? You a handsome boy? Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes. What is up, handsome boy? What is up, my baby boy? You sweet handsome little Zookoff. Do you mind? Do you mind? Bruh. Yo. You're giving me the paw on the leg. My dude, my guy. Oh. Well, you might need to grab that. Yeah, you might need to stand up to get that. You can do it. There you go. Yeah. Are these sewn? No, they're not. Okay, cool. As long as these are. Zookoff. What's up, bud? What's up, buddy? I must admit, you are really, really a big dork. Man, this shit's dense. Damn. Holy fuck. Some dense bud. Jesus. Hold on. There we go. Boom and boom. Anyway, yeah, let me do this real quick. Oh yeah, at least one of my fucking group chats are fucking rational. Here. Here, just do this. There we go. Hello, Zookoff. You're just kind of in a play mode now, which is exactly not what I'm hoping for, because that means he's going to want to distract me. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Now I got Buddy following me up. Hey, what's up, Venom? What's up, my dude? My dude. I remember you saying once you want to buy even Israeli wine. I don't even remember that. I'm looking at a McPortion's text he sent me in the group chat. I don't even remember saying at one point I wouldn't buy Israeli wine. I mean, maybe. Maybe at one point I did, but I don't remember that, honestly. I will admit that. But, honestly, there's just, like, some straight-up irrational, just unhinged bullshit, honestly, at this point, because of this fucking war here in the West, and I'm just absolutely getting fucking sick of it. And at this point, I just have no qualms about, being, like, an outcast or fucking, rare voice in the shit. Or pretty much the only voice that's willing to stand principled about this. Because I guess I'm, like, the only person in America that actually is strictly anti-war and thinks about the tragedies and the crimes being committed on both sides and thinks about the suffering of both sides. Like, God forbid you're such a principled anti-war leftist that you're willing to consider the other side of the foot. The ones that we consider our enemy, too. Like, God forbid. God forbid you're so anti-war that you're willing to look at the other perspective. It's just fucking animalistic. Just straight up. It's like we have not evolved as a fucking species. Like, the nice, weird little things and the beauties and grandeur that we build up for ourselves artificially, it's just a way for us to cope. It's just to cope from our more chimp, shaved ape mentality that we truly are. And there's only so few of the human species that I guess is actually evolved and, adapted from their more tribalistic brain. And legit me being one of them. I know myself, even with my own fucking flaws, that, I'm, like, adapted and have evolved away from this type of shit significantly more than most humans on this planet. Because most people just want to still have this blood fervor of like, oh, they're the bad guys, so fuck them. Fuck anyone or everyone who supports them or is a part of them or has that in their name because they're like orcs and a bunch of like, demons and all this and that and goblins and shit. Let's celebrate, like the Azov and National Guard Nazi battalions in Ukraine literally like putting a bunch of pig grease and pig fat in their bullets and their guns and shit and oiling their weapons like that because of the Muslim Chechen forces. So, like, I mean, let's just not, consider these type of things. Let's not consider the fucking, like, just the, mindset of the boys that were literally fucking lied to every step of the way and then just ordered to go shoot their artillery pieces or go shoot, a gun downrange and shit. Because the Ukrainian Special Forces operators have now openly stated that any artillerymen or any squads or battalions that they capture that are artillery crews, they are to be immediately executed. Like, that's straight up a fucking war crime. Executing prisoners is a fucking war crime that Ukraine is going to be doing and committing. And yet we want to bitch about, like, it's like we want to also just strictly bitch about Russia. It's like, no, talk about the war crimes across the board, motherfuckers. Like, what is this blind, shaved ape, tribalistic dog shit of being a fucking animal and not considering your own fucking crimes? Because if you're willing to stand with, that shit, you're standing for those crimes. You're standing for war crimes while, excusing your own while saying, oh, hey, look, look at the crimes they're doing. It's like, yeah, those are fucking war crimes, especially the fucking targeting residential areas and shit. And considering the disproportionality, absolutely. But we're not going to talk about, like, any of that on the Ukrainian side of things, where there's, like, Eastern Ukrainian Nazis that are terrorizing civilians in the Donetsk and Luhansk areas, on top of executing prisoners. Like, that's serious fucking shit that needs to be discussed. But, oh no, let's not talk about that. Let's not give a fuck. Let's continue more of this bloodshed fucking fervor. Let's let more fucking boys who barely know what the fuck they're doing there in the first place get killed, not knowing why they have a gun to their fucking head because they launched an artillery piece. Not knowing what they're fucking hitting. It's like, motherfuckers need to actually take the perspective of the Russian boot too a little bit. Seriously. Because they're fucking boys and, like, just naive motherfuckers and ignorant of this shit too, just as much as everyone else is. And yet we want to celebrate their death? Like they have fuck all to do with this shit? It's fucking disgusting. And at this point, I am convinced that NATO, the West, and the United States, and Putin, those four factors. The United States and NATO, the West in general, and Putin and the Russian state all want war. They are the only motherfuckers that want this shit. And I mean the United States, including the American people. Because a lot of American people want to see more bloodshed for this shit. They want to see more deaths. They want to see us escalating. They want us to send more fucking troops and equipment down there. They want us to have volunteers and more people die for this shit. Instead of, funneling this shit into peace talks. Into forcing, some demands and concessions on the fucking Putin's government. And pressuring them. Put this anger and their fucking frustration on their fucking state. And the ones who are exacerbating the shit, and the ones who are really doing the war crimes. Not the fucking Russian artillerymen, or the fucking helicopter pilots, or the random conscript boot on the ground that barely fucking knows what they're doing. Sent expired food, Soviet equipment that was stuck in warehouses, rusting since the fucking 70s or whatever the fuck. Sent all this shit. And we're supposed to celebrate them dying. It's like, give me a fucking break. It's like the people in this country just straight up have a bloodlust. They have a bloodlust, and they don't give a fuck who's on the end of it. And the fucked up shit is, I'm one who's called having a God complex and being fucking offensive and being fucking, the outsider of this shit. And somehow, trying to, undermine what Russia's doing or some shit. Like, I'm pro-Russia about this fucking shit. Because I dare have the audacity to consider, the average person, whether they're a forced conscript lied to, or a fucking civilian on the ground. Like, God fucking forbid I take the perspective of those boots. And little baby wants to say hello to me. You sweet baby. I mean, it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, straight up, the last fucking text is like, oh, I got some serious God complex about the shit. Yeah, because I'm principled. I am objectively more enlightened and better than you on this shit. You're the ones having a bloodlust. I'm not. You are. Yeah, so I have every right to have a God complex because I am a higher being than you. When you have a chimp, brainless, fucking tribalistic bloodlust for enemies that you couldn't even give a fuck about until this situation started. Yeah, I am a more evolved being than you. I am a more evolved human than you are. Because God forbid, I'm willing to, actually repress and actually fucking challenge my tribalistic bloodlust, unlike you. So yeah, maybe I am a God complex, being on this front, but I have every right to. Because apparently I'm one of the few humans that have evolved, to have this type of fucking thinking consistently across the board. Like, I'm like the only one that apparently in this country who is like one of like the few 2% in this country that is just strictly anti-war about this shit. Like, the anti-war left is just dead. Like, whatever left of that is just gone. It's just like, fucking Christ. And, oh my God, you little punk. You're just like, I hear like loudness and stuff. What are you doing? Vosh, he hasn't even been brought up at all yet. What were you just saying? I'm talking, at this point, I haven't even been watching Vosh for the last couple days, honestly. I don't even know what the fuck he's been saying. I'm not even talking about him at this point. I'm just talking, it's considering, some of the shit that's been going back and forth with me and my fucking group. Because it just shows how much of, this hardcore fucking, bloodlust war fervor is just in this country. Here, let me distract you. Come on. You're sniffing over here for the treats, so get down and have this. There you go. That's fascinating. Well, honestly, it's not even really, specifically, oh my God. Oh my fucking God, there's even more on this garbage. Oh my fucking God. Fuck you. Not you. Not anyone in the chat. I'm talking about my, Logino at this point. Oh, from my understanding, they aren't killing Russian soldiers, just artillery soldiers. Those are Russians, you fucking retard! Those are Russians, you fucking retard, amoebic Down syndrome patient! Like, oh, artillery soldiers who are POWs being executed by Ukrainians? Those aren't Russians. Oh, those are just artillery orcs. Like, go fuck yourself, you absolute retarded amoebic fuck! Like, this is the warlust that I'm talking about, the blood fervor in America, in the West. This is what the fuck they think. They don't give a fuck about, just some naive lied to fuck. Some boy that's our age and shit, who's getting their head blown off by a fucking BMP or some shit. Like, let's not consider these fucking perspectives because, being principally anti-war, God forbid we have that in this country anymore. There's honestly no way to know exactly what's going on there right now. Yeah, honestly, exactly. That's the real reason why the shit pissed me off. Because of the different videos that have been popping up, it's fucking chaos. It's insanity. It's a fucking nightmare over there. And we want to just immediately extrapolate any fucking destruction or death or whatever the fuck is going on as strictly Russian. And just continue that as a justification to have this blood fervor. It's like, you don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't. I most certainly don't either. I will acknowledge that. Though, from what the different videos, from the captured Russians, to the different abandoned vehicles, to all these different things, I can at least extrapolate, some... down. I can at least extrapolate, some idea about what is happening. And overall, these Russians that are being sent there to fucking literally just die and be just bullet sponges, scented, like, expired fucking food rations, fucking outdated old-ass fucking equipment and hardware that was sitting in warehouses for 30, 40 fucking years. And, but, let's celebrate all those people's deaths and just be like, oh, yeah, that's cool. Fuck those Russians and those orcs up. It's like, what the fuck? They have fuck all to do with this shit, including the artillerymen. You think they know what targets are, like, over those tree lines and over the fucking hills and shit? They don't. And yeah, it's an atrocity and a crime that's happening in the first place. And you want to know who started that? Putin. He's the war criminal in all this. Not these fucking soldiers. Honestly, there are definitely troops down there, Ukraine and Russian especially too, that are doing some of this shit when it comes to on the ground. And are knowing and acknowledging openly about that type of stuff. But that's also kind of the problem with some of the fog of war, too. We don't know which side's doing what. Because there's a lot of shit where it looks like Ukrainian troops are doing some shit, and it looks like there's a lot of things where Russians are doing a lot of shit when it comes to war crimes. But let's just totally be blind and put our heads up our fucking ass when it comes to Ukrainians and what they may be doing. And while, yeah, their crimes are not even comparable when it comes to, the mass destruction of civilians and residential areas and hospitals and shit like that, it still needs to be fucking discussed and be put up to the limelight and be like, hey, this is an issue too. No one should be committing these fucking acts. Period. Regardless of what fucking side they're on. But let's just be blind, to one chunk of it, because the other chunk of it's just that much worse. It's like, ugh. Humanity is quite barbaric to his fellow man. Exactly. And that's really kind of the core of it. It's like, evolve away from your barbaric, shaved ape chimp mentality and evolve away from it. Get out of that fucking mindset. Treat these people as they are. Fucking people. And treat the motherfuckers that are sending them off to die for no fucking reason besides their own fascistic, nationalistic, profiting fervor to them. Some Russian rebels pulled an IS series tank, Joseph Stalin, off a World War II memorial and got it running and tried to fight with it. I remember that. Yeah, I remember seeing some shit about that. Yeah, and there's also like an Afghan war memorial in Bucha as well. That I was seeing some combat back and forth over there in this current conflict, and I even saw a couple of dudes try to see if they can get on that for cover or something. And it's just like, oh my. It's like, I mean, it's a memorial piece. It's not exactly going to be, maybe it could run, but you're not going to be able to use it. I'm pretty sure, especially if it's a memorial piece, the cannon on it is not functional. It's like, when are we gonna fucking evolve? Like, seriously. I mean, enough of us have. Honestly, the human species and humanity historically has shown itself it's capable of this. And that's, I think, also another reason why I get pissed about this, is because we're capable. We're better than this shit. I mean, considering we haven't had, like a massive conflict like this in a while, I think also kind of can show that. But but the fucking failure, and because it's just too hard, to have peace, and it's just easier to bash somebody over with a rock, basically. I mean, when you want to put it down to its fucking root of what it is, it's just easier to bash somebody with a fucking rock, so we just are more, tempted to go down those urges. Because they are just easier. It's like, oh, do I want to try to talk out my problems with this person or this group, or do I just want to bash them with a rock and just be done with it? I mean, it's so easy to just fall into that type of behavior and mentality. Even German soldiers during World War II were treated, at least by Americans, with British care. Yeah. And that was also another reason, especially in hindsight and historically, why German troops were actually trying to basically do a full-on frontal just retreat and rout from the east, especially at the point of Berlin, near the very end, just so they can go to the Western Front and just surrender. Because they knew, even if there were some atrocities that the British and Americans did to their POWs, because there were, to an extent, on a general level, they were treated way better. And I will say, at least when it comes to a lot of Ukrainians taking in their POWs, they are doing this. Like, there's at this point, fucking, hundreds of videos of different Russian troops just, saying, why they were there and what they were fucking doing and shit. And these Ukrainians, yeah, you understand this, so what, And they're just like, I don't even know. I mean, it's just like, most of them are, even they barely fucking know. But it's just like, because of that, I think it also, to a lot of these Ukrainians that are holding them are like, yeah, why should we treat them poorly when they don't even know what the fuck they were doing? They weren't, wanting this, just because of that. I mean, honestly, probably. It's like, if those Russian POWs like, yeah, I'm seen as the liberator and you are fucking Nazis or some shit, they probably wouldn't be treating those Russian POWs fairly. If that same type of fervor that Putin has, for Ukraine and shit, the whole, blood and soil speech he did, too, on top of other shit, if that was, truly the mentality of these conscripts, I honestly guarantee you they wouldn't be treated as, fairly as they have right now. But, honestly, at this point, they're probably, they're starting to really, have this mentality if they're going to start just executing artillerymen.
Okay, come on, poochers. Come on.
It's like you're not even going to bother just, having them as POWs. Suddenly they're more exceptional than just the average conscript just because they were artillerymen, which they also don't, they even more so probably don't have eyes on the ground of what's going on the front line because they're off in the back. They're we know what artillery pieces are, right? They're off in the back of the front lines, and they usually lob shells over to the front. That's what they are, So, you think they're gonna fucking see what's going on? They're gonna have a map and be like, okay, I guess it's over there, shoot that way, in that general region, I guess. And then, this happens. And the criminals who are truly, exacerbating that shit is the Russian high command and the fucking Putin's government and their state. Not the fucking people that are fucking manning these pieces and manning the equipment. Talk about Ukrainians is mine, mainly from music fan clubs, groups online. They say their economy is done. Yeah, and I can imagine. Considering what's been going on, I mean, it's now, even more so, the Russian people are more against this now than ever at this point. People like to accuse Ukrainians of being anti-Semitic. How would they change their mind about Jews when they see a Jewish man as their president willing to die on their own streets? I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, and I don't even really know specifically about Ukraine being anti-Semitic. I don't even know, I guess because of their, some of the paramilitary groups that are, on the front, Azov and shit, but, you know, even I will always say, like, that doesn't represent Ukrainian people in general, or the Ukrainian government even. I mean, being a little, like, you know, just kind of letting them be there, definitely is just not exactly a good thing, and it in itself is a critique, but that ain't, I mean, especially considering there's a fucking war right now, it's basically saying guilt by association. It's like, I mean, no, separate those fucking, you know, two groups, like, you know, some of these Ukrainian Nazi types and shit that got their own fucking fervor as well. It's just like, yeah, I mean, you know, fuck them. But that doesn't represent Ukraine or the Ukrainian people. I mean, it's just like, for fuck's sake. Ukrainians are relatively speaking less anti-Semitic than other East Slavic ethnic groups. I mean, to be fair, I really don't know, like, about, like, you know, the anti-Semitism in Eastern Europe with, like, you know, Russia, Ukraine, shit like that. So, I mean, I imagine there is. I mean, anti-Semitism, honestly, is all over the world, just like Nazism is all over the world. I mean, that's why there's Russian and Ukrainian Nazis fighting each other, too. Like, because, curious enough, they're everywhere. In small little groups as they are and shit, but they are all over the place. Especially in Europe. Like, I mean, every European country, Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine and Russia, too, especially given the conflict, yeah, they have them. But yeah, pretty much like every fucking European country does to some extent or another. Does that make those countries immediately bad? No. It's like Germany does. Like, Germany still has, like, you know, very small, minute, like, far-right Nazistic kind of issue. Does that mean Germany's all bad now all of a sudden and trying to revive their weird fucking, like, Fourth Reich or some shit? Fuck no. That'd be beyond stupid. I mean, to say something like that. So it's just like, I mean, just because it happens to be there doesn't, you know, lump everybody in with that shit. It's just the same tribalistic, absolutist fucking bullshit that I have a problem with. And honestly, all the, like, you know, the years of me kind of philosophizing or talking about, you know, tribalism and our more, like, just some about our nature and shit, like, I feel vindicated a little bit because of this shit. Because I'm like, yeah, like, I mean, considering how negative and how bad this tribalism is, here's an example, right the fuck now. I mean, it's just like, it really feels like it's kind of proving my point as this shit goes on. Relatively, certainly less anti-Semitic societies in the Middle East, Turkey, Iran, for example. Well, I imagine, yeah, I can imagine. Relatively, yes, Serbia is, the most I think is the Middle East. Even Russia is getting uppity. Germany still has a timeout, and they know why. I mean, I don't even think it's that anymore at this point. Like, I think it's just because Germany at this point is actually legitimately, like, an economic power in Europe and is, you know, at least to a certain extent, has actually, you know, been able to bump themselves back up. Of course, yeah, they got plethora of fucking flaws like any state does, but, I mean, all in all, like, I mean, it's not necessarily that they, quote, learned it. I mean, it's just that I think they understand and acknowledge the fucking history and why that shit, you know, you can't be fucking repeated again. I mean, honestly, when it comes to, like, the rise of the far right and shit, like, if there's definitely, you know, people I'd want to kind of, like, talk about that with, it'd definitely be the Germans. There's definitely a large sense of collective guilt/shame in German society over the World War II, the Third Reich. I mean, yeah, I'm you know, I'm not gonna fucking, you know, say that that's definitely not a thing, because it is. Though, you know, I mean, while I can at least understand it, because, you know, like I said, I think it just comes from them legitimately understanding the history and seeing how that rose, and considering that, you know, like, if you're German growing up in their education system, you're gonna, you know, learn about, like, you know, some of the direct actions of how this happened policy by policy within the German government, and how something like that came to fruition, and how something like that, you know, doesn't happen again. You know, because there's definitely a lot of things that, because there's, you know, because during the rise, just prior to the Third Reich and shit, the second largest party was the Communist Party in Germany, and with Stallman and a few other figures. And it's just like, you know, due to the mass, you know, desperate, impoverished state of Germany at the time, like, people were willing to take, you know, radical extremes or take more radical theories and ideas, you know, to try to fix that. And basically went either to the far right or to, you know, to the far left in different forms. Germany tried to take leadership in Europe 2 times, and now they win diplomatically. Well, because, I mean, honestly, I mean, there's, some extent why, Germany has been kind of a powerhouse for a while, even historically. I mean, historically, especially when the Industrial Revolution was going on, when that started, they had a pretty big industry. I mean, on top of England and France a little bit too. Like, pretty much, like, during the Industrial Revolution, those were, like, the big three countries that were, like, the biggest, like, industrial powerhouses once the Industrial Revolution kicked off. So, makes sense. I thought the largest part was the Stuck Dems. I think for a point, but nearing kind of the, like, kind of clash between the communists and the National Socialists, eventually I think they intertwined and intermingled and kind of formed a unified party, essentially. Like eventually in East Germany kind of melded into like the Unified Socialist Party, or I think that's what it was called. But I think that's what ended up happening, or something like that, where they just kind of made a mass coalition under a unified type of party, to try to use all their political power against, the other massive party that, is not exactly was going to be great. The new right/alt-right support Russia in this conflict for the reason because Russia is unapologetically paleo, tradcon, nationalistic, ethnocentric society. Yep. Yeah. And honestly, it's just like when it comes to this whole fascistic fervor and this ultra-nationalistic venom and shit and this poison, this, like, I mean, this, kind of the root to it. Like, I mean, where do they all kind of like to congregate and who do they like and who do they bump up to and support and shit? Like, in a lot of these fucking far-right elements, legit like Putin because he's a fucking fascist strongman and a mafia-oligarch. Russia's everything they want America to be. Pretty much. Like, one of the commanders of some of the Chechen forces on the Russian side, I forgot his name. It's like Mohamed Taryokov or something like that. But he was like one of the dudes that literally straight up led a fucking full-on Holocaust purge of like the LGBT in Chechnya. Like, did a whole straight up fucking purge. Not just, exiling them, but torturing, killing them, the whole nine. And it's just like, how come there's, a lot of those fucking Magomed means Muhammad in Chechen? I kind of figured, because it looked pretty similar. But, yeah. It's pronounced Muhammad. Oh, okay. Okay, so the G is more like a H-A type of sound, okay. Or I guess the G-O is more like a H-A, okay. Muhammad. Okay. I mean, honestly, it's definitely one thing why, like, I just, feel for a lot of these Ukrainian people and shit, especially because, like, all in all, from what I've been, like, seeing, from their people, like, there's definitely not this more general, like, right-leaning nature in them. Like, honestly. I mean, there might be some, and there probably is to some extent, like, they're probably like, oh yeah, I like capitalism, or all this other weird shit, like, whatever, like, I don't even give a fuck about that. Like, when it comes to, like, social views, like, I mean, it seems like they just have the I don't care type of position about it. So, like, oh, you're gay? Okay, whatever. I mean, fuck, I mean, Zelensky is an advocate for medical marijuana, I mean, as well, so it's just like, I mean, shit, it sounds like Ukrainians are down with weed, too. Or at least, a little bit. Which honestly implies that Zelensky's smoking some hella joints. He's smoking some blunts, yo. I mean, if he's an advocate for medical marijuana, chances are there's a reason to it, because he probably is a user of medicinal marijuana. So, it's honestly, like, if he has, like, a stockpile of some joints and shit, he's probably smoked for a lot of them. Trying to keep himself calm and collected during this shit. I mean, and honestly, I wouldn't blame him. I'd be having, like, a joint every 3 hours if I was him. Just to keep myself just kind of collected and not, like, oh, fuck. Oh, Stone Jesus from Ukraine, really? I like Stone Jesus. I didn't know they were from Ukraine. What's that song that's like 17 minutes I like from them? I pretty much just, you know, said like, what's like, you know, one of their like 800 different songs that are like 15 plus minutes. There's actually one that I really like. It's called, well, there's I Am the Mountain, but that's not it. Blackwoods. Oh, it's actually 11 minutes. Honestly, that song name really makes a lot more sense now. In my mind. Blackwoods, yeah. Because, you know, there's like because there's, you know, like the plains and mass forests and dense forests, especially in western Ukraine, so it's just like that, you know, that kind of, and honestly, seeing some of the images, like whether it's satellite view or some street cams and stuff, it does kind of look like a black forest almost, because the evergreens are so, like, dark, dense green. Even more so than over here. So it's just like, I don't know if that song is, you know, maybe like having like a, you know, like maybe a hint towards that a little bit, but I won't be surprised if, you know, there's kind of like a hint of that, you know, kind of reference in there. But deadass, I did not know Stone Jesus was from Ukraine. That's pretty cool. Honestly, for the longest time, I thought they were like some, like, that's like Midwest American fucking stoner band or some shit. Like, honestly, for the longest time, that's what I assumed. But that's pretty cool. Just means, it just shows how, like, stoner metal and stoner rock and just, like, the general, like, stoner genre of music is international as fuck. Like, there's just pot users and, you know, marijuana smokers and just all over the world. I mean, especially for Ukraine, like, it makes sense because they can easily get access to it either from imports from places like Amsterdam and shit, like where some countries are a little more lenient about it, like via the black market that way, or just get shipments in from places like in Afghanistan and shit. And also, I'm sure marijuana can grow there too. At least if you have like some greenhouses and shit. Which they certainly do. But yeah, I mean, like, I will say at least, you know, it's like I do like just kind of, you know, on Zelensky a little bit. Like, I do really like how he's, you know, willing to be, you know, make, yeah, like some of these speeches I've been hearing, because honestly, these do not sound like anything that, like, honestly, like any American fucking leader would ever say, to be fucking frank. Like, he actually just seems like somebody that I wish was, like, an American president or some shit, low-key, because he's, like, I mean, he's actually, you know, for whatever flaws he has and shit, I mean, and looking into him, he's got a couple, for sure, but, I mean, you know, like, all in all, like, he's actually acting like a fucking diplomat and a representative and a constituent of his people, not just, you know, as a representative, but even kind of like a symbol of, like, we're not really backing down from this shit. We're not just gonna bend to the will of, like, some imperialistic fucking fascist. So, I mean, it's, you know, like, I really have to respect him for that type of shit. While at the same time pleading, you know, even to the Russian troops, just, you know, don't fall for this. You know, just lower your guns, and a lot of them have. I mean, it's not necessarily just being like a representative for Ukrainians to a certain extent, but also just, you know, for a lot of people, it seems. Even for, you know, fellow Russians, too, that, you know, are caught up in the muck of the shit. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. Oh my god. Well, I guess This is interesting. Alexei Navalny, a Russian opposition leader and staunch critic of President Vladimir Putin, condemns his government's aggressive war on Ukraine. I mean, of course. I mean, no shit, he would. I mean, he's like, he literally is like one of the more bigger oppositional heads in Russia that are against Putin in his state. And honestly, I think he has even, more flaws than fucking, Zelensky or all these other, local states and shit around, Russia. But it's just like, I mean, even he would be significantly fucking better for fucking Russia. It's like, I mean, I definitely would not be upset if, if some bad stuff happened. I mean, I actually would be happy if some unfortunate things, like the tour of, Moscow, the Benito Mussolini style, like if that were to happen, I mean, I wouldn't be really crying tears. Well, sadness at least. And, and, at least, if Navalny, were to usurp his place and shit, I'd definitely also, at the same time, wouldn't necessarily be too upset about it. I prefer maybe somebody different, I guess. But, I mean, it's whatever. Like, it's not Putin. And at least it'll, lead a path towards, Russia becoming a more democratic state. So, I mean, all in all, I hope, the Russian people are getting a lot more, aggressive with their, resistance about this shit. Bringing attention to the everyday Russians who risk their safety to public participation in Ukraine. Navalny wrote, Putin is not Russia. Well, yes, true. And if there's anything in Russia right now that you can be most proud of, that it is those 6,824 people who were detained because without any call, they took to the streets with place cards saying no war. Everything else priced, and now in spring 2022, we must pay this price. There's no one to do it for us. Let's not be against the war. Let's fight against the war, even included. True. See, again, with his flaws, I want him. I want him leading Russia. Come on, bro. Like, yeah, like that's absolutely true. Let's just not be against it, but let's fight against the war. Yes. But yeah, I mean, again, even Navalny with his fucking flaws, he's fundamentally better about this shit. And again, it just shows that we are capable. We're capable of being better. We're better than the fucking bloodlust urges that fucking, are trying to crawl out of their fucking tombs and dust homes that they, been buried in for thousands of years. Or I guess hundreds. Let's leave that fucking mentality and that fucking, part of our fucking, species buried in the dirt. Because that tribalistic war fervor belongs to our ancestors, not to our future generations. Little Zukov. Yeah, I'm having Thin Mints. These are not for you. What's happening? Mom's been playing a song. Oh, that song. Oh my lord. feels like America's national anthem right now.
Let's be xenophobic. It's really in this year. Let's find a nasty, slimy, ugly alien to fear. There's no more cutesy stories about E.T. phoning home. Let's learn from our neighbors like the Christians learned in Rome. We know we ought to hate them. They're different, you see. We've seen they're mean and ugly on movies and TV. The folks that ought to know have told us how it's got to be. The gospel truth is found in scenes from Alien envy. Let's wipe out any life form that seems to be a threat. We'll serve them up a genocide they never will forget. If we miss a couple, they'll breed a couple more, and soon we'll all be hating twice as many as before. 'Cause the aliens can never be as good as humankind. A more delightful
Oh my
race
God.
than us you'll never ever find. So step aside, you star slime, we're ready for your worst. We know you want to beat us, enslave us and defeat us, oppress us and browbeat us unless we get you first.
Oh my God, true. Oh my fucking God. Pat Robertson says Putin's invasion ordered by God.
Has come out of
What the fuck?
to offer us his thoughts on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And you're not going to be surprised to learn his thoughts are absolutely moronic.
I think you can say, well, Putin's out of his mind. Yes, maybe so. But at the same time, he's being compelled by God. He went into the Ukraine, but that wasn't his goal. His goal was to move against Israel ultimately. And God is getting ready to do something amazing, and that will be fulfilled. And what Putin is doing by moving as he is to set up Ukraine as a staging ground for one of the armies, and then across is Erdogan, Turkey, and you've got between them that little Dardanelles area, and it's going to happen. So I just say that is what's coming up. Is Putin crazy? Is he mad? Well, perhaps, but God
That
said,
implies that you're mad and insane, including God too. You fucking mad, dude. These fucking religious types are fucking insane. Like, this is the reason why this fucking tribalism, continues to flourish, is because of this fucking religious poison. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Whether it's extreme like this, or just, soft, tested, just, fucking, like, subliminal shit, where it's like, oh, because, they're, the moral evil, whatever, moral wrongs you may or may not do, it's justified because they're the moral wrong, so that's okay. Like, that type of shit. The whole fucking eye for an eye thing. It's just like, this is what I mentioned when, this type of fucking feminist fervor and poison, belongs to our fucking ancestors, not for, our generations of today and tomorrow. Like, fuck that shit. This is to be buried in the fucking dust tomes of its fucking worthless, meandering fantasy book that was written thousands of years ago, buried with it and stuck in the sand, to just be forgotten about in history like it belongs.
Here, George, I'm going to draw you into this battle, whether you like it or not. And he's being compelled after the move into the Ukraine.
What an evil god. What a psychopathic, evil piece of shit.
Compelled to move again to get a land bridge and then across the Dardanelles with Turkey, and watch what's going to happen next. You read your Bible because it's coming to pass.
Pretty sure if you read your Bible, it's not going to say Dickie McGee's acts about that.
Yeah. What a fucking madman. Sit Pat Robinson on a motorized wheelchair. Break the explosives to blow it. Oh my god. I was compelled by God. Blessed be the Lord. Just launches his fucking rockets on his wheelchair. Blessed God has been compelled by the law. And you know, while he's getting blown, while he's just charging, yelling, you got these Chechens like, just start shooting him down. He's just like, blessed be the Lord. And then just just massive explosion and shit. Like, I mean, if this is all compelled by God, I'm sure God would compel you to, do your part there, Pat Robinson. I mean, come on now. Him pat over the ass off, they'll find use for him. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they would. You ought to be a bullet sponge so we can pick out snipers. Oh man, that onion egg is still going on. I kind of want to tune in, but it's a patron thing, so I don't want to. It's like I want to, but I can't. He's enjoying that little bone. Who's the coffee join his bone? Oh. What's up, buddy? What's up, boy? Come up here. Come up here. Come here. Oh, you sweet little thing. Come on. Come here. Oh, you goofy boy. Oh, you goofy little boy. You just a sweet thing. Huh? Just a sweet little baby. You're just a sweet little boy. Yes, you is. Hey, don't go after those fucking mints. That's bad for you. You don't want those. It'll make you sick. I don't want you getting sick. That won't be good. Who's a good boy? Oh, you're just a good boy. Oh, look at that little ear. Look at that little ear. Just bump, so cute. Yes, you is. Oh. You're just so soft and sweet. What, now you're just gonna be chilling here? Have you made this your spot to plop? What? Are you just gonna be chilling here now? Is this your spot to claim? What, you eyeballing something? What you eyeballing? What was that? Boof, boof. Hey, what? What? No. Don't even, oh my god, don't start this. Don't. Still giggity, TJ noticed me multiple times during the grease trap. In a way, I'm kind of used to it. I had a back and forth with him on the bicycle thing months back. You know, I remember having a few things, and of course, I send super chats occasionally and stuff. So, yay, parasocial relations. Honestly, I liked Johnny the Insatiable Void when it was just like, hey, ignore the beard. We will have none of this treachery. It's like, oh shit. Yep, dude. That one fucking got me. Like when he slapped down the Yif beard, I was like, oh fuck, dude. Damn. But man, dude, that like pirate space thing that was going on, that was just gold. That was like 8,000 times way more entertaining than whatever this day. Like, if anything, like that Say Union shit was just more. I couldn't even really get like about it. It was just like. It's like, oh my god, yep, we're gonna, oh my god, you're not going to, Jesus Christ, you're not going to, so you're not doing anything, okay, you're not doing anything, virtue signal, doing nothing, it's like...
How many people are pissing you off today? You're hollering and screaming in your fucking room, and you're hollering and screaming out here, it's like, can I get a decent fucking
I am
nap?
sorry.
Can't I have a fucking decent nap at least one day?
I'm sorry.
Who pissed you off today?
Oh my god, dude, I mean, okay, I guess I'm not, like, you know, gonna be all super about it, but like, fucking,
No, be
been having...
about it, because I want to hear about it, because this is the second time I've heard you fucking stream today, and I try to take a fucking decent nap!
I'm sorry! But fucking, like, so, I saw, like, a confirmation report about how, like, Russian forces who happen to be, like, artillery crews and shit are basically, not to be, taken as POWs, so pretty much, like, immediately executed. Yeah. So basically, even if they do surrender, just, you know, to execute them, essentially. You know, they're not to be taken. It's, you know, so it's just, like... I'm, you know, saying that, like, yo, looks like fucking, yeah, it's, yo, like, you know, this is some straight up fucking war crimes and pretty fucking disgusting, you know, what, you know, they're doing here. But then all my buddies were like, oh, who gives a fuck, blah, 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 you know, just like, that's good, you know, until they stop their war crimes. It's like, wait, it's like, so we're just gonna turn a fucking blind eye to, you know, like, these type of fucking war crimes just because of, like, these other mass ones that have been happening constantly and shit. It's like, there shouldn't be these type of war crimes happening, period, but it doesn't give carte blanche for this type of shit to go on. Like this is this continuous, like, you know, blood further tribalistic mentality and shit. And then, you know, one of my other friends, Owen, was just like, oh, you know, it's starting to get, like, really offensive, like, multiple days talking about that, blah, blah, like, about this, like, blood fervor that, you know, a lot of people have been having about this type of shit. Like, whether it's celebratory about, like, the different deaths that have been going on, you know, on the enemy sides, you know, or whatever the fuck and shit, and, like, in these, you know, different types of things, you know, being just turning a total blind eye to, just because of, like, a lot of different shit that Russia's been doing, too. Mm-hmm. And it's just, like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, I'm just like, what the fuck? And then I remember at some point, when I looked at it later after I kind of started responding when I was streaming and shit, and that's probably when you heard me scream a second time, where it was just like, where apparently I have a God complex about the issue, because God forbid I'm, like, you know, principally an anti-war and want to, you know, consider, you know, the travesty and the, you know, perspective of, you know, all sides that are being forced into this fucking conflict, because, you know, like, because war is hell, you know, but... And then there was, like, another thing where it's like, well, they're not, like, Russian soldiers, they're just artillery soldiers. It's like, they're literally are, it's like, what? Like, what type of fucking excuse-making shit is that? It's just like, they're still fucking Russian soldiers, they just also happen to be artillery crews and shit. You know, artillery crew members. It's like, the fuck is this shit? It's like, I mean, what type of...
You're on crack.
I mean, seriously, like, I mean, it's just like this continuous fucking, like... You know, like, oh, who gives a fuck just because, you know, of the war crimes that Putin and his fucking state and his military yes men are fucking doing and shit. Like, you know, it's like, put that you know, it's like, you know, put the fucking anger and shit on them, but not like these fucking, you know, like people that are being forced in this fucking shit.
People don't know how to feel about it.
Yeah.
Doggy! Hi, doggo.
Igno should buy his roommate a sandwich to repay him for waking up from his nap. I'd have to do that tomorrow.
What?
Someone jazz like Igno should buy his roommate a sandwich to repay him for waking him up from his nap.
Yeah, I'll have to do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
When I'm off work. When I get off work.
And when I get paid.
Oh no, I'll literally vote by tonight.
Yeah.
because 75 went to my girlfriend, or 175 went to my girlfriend. She's paying my cell phone bill and my credit card. 100's going to your dad tonight. You know how much they leave me with?
No.
$50.
Oh, well. At least concur.
Where's the other 100 for my bus pass,
Yeah.
food and drinks throughout the week? So I'm gonna go tonight and always get a they have breakfast sausage on sale at Safeway for like $4 something. So I'm gonna get one of those, a thing of chili, some pepperoncinis. Pepsi's like $2.18, but it'd be like $2.28.
Something like that.
My Arizona Big T is on sale. It's like 79 cents. So I'm just gonna go get a couple things right now. And once my dad calls me back, I can probably bug him for a little bit of cash. He can probably send me probably about $20 and put it on my bus card for next week.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for my fucking taxes now. That's all I'm fucking waiting for is my federal.
Yeah.
I haven't got my federal at all.
It's probably gonna. I don't know how long it'll take, but it might
Dude,
be.
it took me 2 weeks to get my freaking state.
Well, state's a little bit more up on it and shit. Like, I think,
Dude,
you know,
my
for the feds,
state
it
was-
takes like a month or two.
My state was 600.
Damn.
I didn't use any of that. That went towards fucking bills.
What are you chewing on?
Plastic.
No.
He's just like my cat.
No, 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 no.
Dude, he's just like Aries. Aries literally chews on plastic.
Stop chewing on that shit. You don't need microplastics and bullshit in your digestive tract. You fucking.
Yes, he does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, he does.
I had to slap him silly a little bit for that.
But see, that's the funny thing is that when Aries does it,
So
he
got
chews on
dessert.
plastic bags.
So got dessert treats. Well, he just got one like 5 minutes ago.
No, my cat literally chews on shit like this.
No.
And my mom hears it, and my mom bitches at him. I'm like, Mom, just throw something at him. No, I'm like, Mother, he's my cat. Just throw something at him.
Or just shoot like a little spray bottle of water at him. Just be like, no.
You just give him cat.
Yeah. Just be like, no. You don't do that.
Oh, he hates it when Daddy's home. Because, you know, like, literally, you know how you grab cats like this?
Mm-hmm.
You can, like, shake him. I'm like, no! And he looks at me, he's like, oh, fuck. I'm like, yeah, you get in trouble, dick fuck. Daddy found out. You're fucked. So when is this whole, like, me gonna go in the room gonna fucking happen? Never?
I got no real fucking clue, honestly.
I have no fucking clue either. We were talking about it when I moved in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. What?
Sukov.
Fuck, dude! It's like you haven't seen me all fucking day!
Well, he hasn't.
Did you tell Daddy what you were doing while I was trying to sleep?
He was in here the entire time with me.
No, he wasn't when you left.
Hmm?
He was crying because
Oh.
put him in the kennel. He was
Oh,
crying.
yeah, because I went to the dispo for like 3 minutes and I didn't want him all soaking wet because it's raining.
I was trying to sleep, but all I did... It's like, shut up, dog! I love you, but shut up! Yes, I do.
I'm thinking honestly,
You
as
need to
long,
shut up!
well, as long as there's somebody else here,
Well, I
I mean,
wasn't awake. I was getting ready to take a nap. Actually, I was in the middle of nap, and then he started. He's like, but Daddy, he loves
oh my
me.
god, come here, you big baby. Oh, no. Flipping you around.
Okay, well, you...
Zukov only plays. No, not all the time, but sometimes he will.
When Andrew goes to work.
Yeah.
And then
I have to when I go to work, and if it's like raining like it is right now, you know, I'm not gonna walk him because I don't want him all wet and dirty.
Or if his roommate's up.
Yeah.
And it feels nice to let the doggy out.
Who's boy? Who's boy?
But it's kind of one of those things, he's already used to your schedule, so...
Yeah.
I don't want to screw anything up.
Yeah, sometimes he's, you know, he knows my little routine and he'll be fine chilling, take a nap. And when I come home, I'll see him wake up and stretch out a little bit and be like, oh, you woke me from my nap. It just kind of depends on his energy levels, really. But he did a little bit because I had to go to Dispo, like I was saying, and it's raining, and I didn't want him all soaking wet. So I pretty much left him here for like 20 minutes And then came back, and he was all excited to see me. I was like, I'm dead. You wasn't gonna be gone, boy. So, I mean, he knows that when he's in there, he's only temporarily. It's not even really when he's doing anything bad. Like, I mean, he knows that at this point. He just doesn't like it. He just doesn't like the fact that, you know, that's a part of the, you know, the routine sometimes because, you know, I got my life going on. Because he just would rather just be next to me the entire time and sniff everybody, check everyone out and all this stuff. And it's just like, I can't bring you to work. Especially my workplace. You goofy boy, look at you. You sweet little thing. Medicinal herb? Yeah, I mean, at that point, just take medicinal out of it. Just herb. I mean, honestly, what do you mean? Like, fucking, like, sativa indica hybrid? Or, like, just... What do you mean here? As I can tell you what I have right now, and I definitely like it a lot. It's called Jungle Mac. And it's, pretty sure indica hybrid. Doesn't say it on there, but I'm pretty sure it is. Medical plants. Medical plants. Oh, just in general? Aloe vera is my favorite. Aloe vera is pretty awesome. I know, like, coconut oil is really good for the skin, but that's not really, like, medicinal. So I would say coconut, too, but that's not really, like, a medicinal thing. Hold on, let me just look up medicinal herbs. Burn ointment, it smells good. The 7 holy herbs. Clover, well, fuck, oops. Clover, henbane, mistletoe, monkshood, basket flower, primrose, and vervain. Calendula, chamomile, peppermint, holy basil, plantain, also English lavender, hops. Hops? Really? Honestly, I'm honestly gonna have to fucking look into this to honestly really find out. Hops is considered an herb. Well, yeah, you put in, you know, alcoholic drinks and different things. Yeah, it's an herb. I just didn't know it was like a medicinal herb too. So I'm gonna honestly look into this really quick and see if there's like different things that are that I can find, honestly, in practice. It doesn't really say anything. Okay. Medicinal flowering plants: coneflower, pot, marigold, lavender, holy basil, German chamomile, peppermint, valerian, lemon balm, calendula, mints, daisy family. So daisies, common sage. I kind of knew sage was. What the fuck? It's a bunch of incense. This is like a fuckload of incense.
That was free.
Well, damn. Shitload of incense right all up in this.
Courtesy of my mother. The ones that I thought you'd get a kick out of is cedar.
Ooh.
More cedar.
The psalm fir. I mean, I don't even have anything to put these in.
You don't have to. These are ones you just burned.
Well, I would have to, like, set it up in some... Well, I mean... Oh my... I'm gonna need someone... Christmas burger? Oh.
And then these are all just all different ones we can burn.
Let's see what else.
Oh, I'm not up.
Ooh, garlic. Oh, garlic. Oh, yeah, that's right. Garlic is a medicinal herb. Garden thyme, basil, Norwegian angelic. Oh, just like medicinal herbs. Just in general.
Oh.
Catnip. Catnip.
Cats love it.
Oh, yeah, they do. Wait, so there's some useful stuff for us about this, too? It's native to southern and eastern Europe, the Middle East, Central Asia, and parts of China. Widely naturalized in northern Europe, New Zealand, and North America. Common name catmint can also refer to it, to the genus as a whole. Oh, yeah, let's look at uses. I want to see this. It's the main chemical, the plant terpenoid nepetalactone, that's a mouthful, is the main chemical constituent of the essential oil of catnip. Nepetalactone can be extracted from catnip by steam distillation. I smoked catnip once on dare. Don't. It gives you a headache, but according to some reports, I've heard you can get a mild high sometimes. Huh.
What, you smoke catnip?
Yeah. Well, biological control is compound iridodyl extracted from catnip. I probably mispronounced that. Extracted from catnip oil has been found to attract lacewings that eat aphids and mites. Huh. So there's that. Well, that's not necessarily a medicinal thing, but nepetalactone is a mosquito and fly repellent. Oil isolated from catnip by steam distilling is repellent against insects, in particular mosquitoes, cockroaches, and termites. Nice. Effect on humans. Here we go. So this is where some of the medicinal stuff comes in. Catnip has a history of use in traditional medicine from a variety of ailments such as stomach cramps, indigestion, fevers, hives, and nervous conditions. The plant has been consumed as a tisane, juice, tincture, infusion, or poultice, and has also been smoked. However, its medicinal use has fallen out in favor of the development of modern medicine. Effect on felines. Well, we already know that.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, for real.
If Aries was a pothead, oh god, he'd be high every day.
But that's pretty cool. At least, especially as an insect repellent. That's dope. And then,
yeah, if you have it in the oil form.
Well, yeah. Catnip makes cats high, out. Well, no shit.
No, duh! It's like we're born under a rock and we don't fucking know what's going on. Fucking morons. And if anybody gives me shit in the fucking chat, fuck you all.
I'm just gonna wait for a response.
Oh, you know they're gonna fucking do it.
I know there's gonna be something.
There's gonna be some fucking snowflake who doesn't fucking get it. Fucking snowflakes.
Well,
sorry to say it, but your friends are fucking dickheads.
Well, I mean, at least when I was initially, Harley was over, but he totally agrees with me on the shit.
Where are you going?
I'm just putting my coat on. It's a little nippy. It's just a tinge nip.
What do you do on the nippy side?
I mean, I already went somewhere anyway. I ain't going anywhere now.
Why not? Hey, look. You haven't fed my children yet.
Well, they're probably all in their little cages just chilling right now.
Probably.
In their little nests.
You haven't fed my children yet. I've had the hiccups for like fucking all day.
Middle finger emoji.
Fuck you all.
I mean, it was just a simple middle finger emoji.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Snowflake.
I mean, it could have been like, wow, I'm seriously offended. How dare you? I mean, it could have been like, I shall now can't.
Fucking who?
I mean, I'm saying it could have. It didn't.
Oh, boo hoo! Poor Snowflake got their pussy hurt. Somebody, is somebody's vagina bleeding? Yes, I'm a dickhead right now.
Big ball of goof.
Oh, you think you're going with me?
Mm-mm.
You think you're going with me?
My bussy is fine, thank you very much.
What?
He says, my bussy is fine, thank you very much.
No, it's not. It's fucking bleeding if you fucking feel offended. If anybody feels offended, I'm sorry, but I don't give two fucks right now. Because anybody in the fucking world who thinks this fucking war is for no fucking reason, they can all suck a cock. Because it is for no fucking reason. It's all bullshit.
I mean, true.
There's no need for us to fucking even go over there and fucking and go fucking help.
Yeah, I mean, at least aside from just like the humanitarian aid and shit, but that's always been my thing from the get-go.
Yes, if they need humanitarian help, then yes.
And they definitely do, because there's been like a humanitarian crisis for sure going on because of like different power outages and different residential areas being targeted and hit too. So.
But going over and fighting is a different fucking story.
Yeah, that is.
We're still fucking fighting another fucking war.
Yeah, we're still in like six of them.
We're still in Iraq.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to get it fucking right, we never ever finished the Cold War either.
I mean, honestly, it's at this point just ranked right back up.
The Cold War was a standstill.
Russia finally took one of the major cities. Probably Kherson.
Probably.
Here, I can go to the live UA map and see. But it's most likely either Mariupol or Kherson. Probably Kherson. Odessa. Oh, well. An hour ago. Red alert, aerial threat. Siren sounding. Take cover now.
For who?
Odessa.
Oh.
Zaporizhzhia. Mykolaiv.
Hey! Fuck.
So, this is just all over the map.
Where's he?
Goddamn ads! Degeneracy. Boo.
Cool thing about these? They're in low Ziploc containers.
Nice.
Does that got a candle in there? Hey, you got like a bottle? It's got like a candle in it, or like an old candle or something?
No. That's what I mean. There's nothing really to put it in.
No, these can just fall on the ground. It doesn't keep on burning.
Here, let me see if there's any other.
No, Zukov, don't fuck with this. I dropped everything. Fuck.
Oh damn! Russia intends to declare martial law on March 4th.
Why are they calling martial law?
Probably due to a lot of the mass protests going on in Russia right now. They don't want anyone out. But there's also a random little side info about a Romanian MiG-21 that went missing a while ago, but as of 3 hours ago, it's confirmed it crashed due to bad weather. But they also had a IAR-330 Puma helicopter crashed due to it as well. I actually saw that on Wikipedia, like, as it got updated, too. Man, your hiccups are not going away, are they?
No, they will in a little bit. Once I get food in my body, I haven't had anything to eat all day. And you know, I usually come home and make something to eat and go to bed.
Yeah.
Or it's my anxiety.
Zelensky really wants to join the EU. Well, yeah, he already filed for membership, did he?
Oh.
Zelensky. For the Ukraine to join the EU. Yeah, I think like yesterday or 2 days ago, he signed an application form. There was like pictures of him doing it. So.
What do you think of that smell?
Smells good.
Andrew's that kind of food, you don't like it.
Hmm?
You like incense?
Yeah?
I didn't know if you did or not.
Yeah, I have like a little, like a little incense thing for cones, but not for strips. So if you had cones, then I could.
My mom got rid of all of her cones. That was fucking pissed. Because she had a little box too.
Yeah.
Like this big, and it would come out.
Yeah, because with the wolf one, it would look like it's coming out of its ears and its nose and mouth, and a little bit on the ground too, like where it was standing on.
Well, these are basically just, I mean, they burn and drop. That's all they do.
Yeah.
Once they get down to the fucking stick, they don't even fucking burn. They just fucking go out.
Yeah.
But me and my mom, we used to. Yeah. We're really big into like trees.
Mhm.
Like cedar, pine, and all that. Those are like the ones I really like.
Yeah. I really like evergreen smells too.
I like fucking cedar. Cedar's amazing.
Well, so hoping when this tree, at least with that tree that's next to those two evergreens over there, and that cut down, I'm kind of hoping that actually helps those two evergreens kind of flourish a little bit. And I'm hoping that the fucking that tree is actually finally dead, because it doesn't look like it's been doing really well growing. I also saw a bunch of like fungus on it too. So I'm actually hoping it finally died. Because then I can potentially use that as a like a little stump.
Which
cut
one?
down. No, the one that's already kind of like a huge stump, like a 7-foot stump. The right one, the far right tree, the front yard.
I never looked.
But yeah, so yeah, I'm thinking once that's kind of fully killed off, I'll eventually kind of cut some of those stumps off to make like little platforms out of that, or like little seats, and then use the remaining stump and make like a little house out of it. Well, big ass little stumps, yeah.
No, I'm talking like little chairs.
Not like actual chair. Well,
I've seen people do it.
well, I mean, I'm not like that. I mean, just like just big old stump you can just plop on the ground to sit on.
Oh yeah.
So oh, Paul didn't even did a biology. I didn't even get a notification or anything.
From what?
Oh. One of one of the guys I watch, he did stream like hours ago. Whatever. It's not a big deal. We banned RT apparently. I mean, it's still on YouTube. Yeah. RT's still on YouTube.
That have come about as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The West is doing some things that are honestly too much. So let's go ahead and take a look at all these headlines here. It'll explain some of the things that some of the actions that have been taken against the Russian government. Microsoft to remove RT apps, ban Russian state-owned media.
So YouTube blocks Russian news channels RT and Sputnik in Europe.
YouTube blocks Russian news channel RT and Sputnik in Europe. Facebook owner Meta will block access to Russia's RT Sputnik in EU. EU to ban Russian state fact channels RT and Sputnik. So there was also, I think the ban, although let me check this right now as I'm talking to you guys, but I'm pretty sure at the very least they banned the monetization in the US, and they may have banned the channel in the US too. So it's still available right now. I just clicked on it right now. 4.67 million subscribers for RT.
Really?
The videos are still allowed in the US, but I think they said they might ban them here too. Just ban it on YouTube in the US.
Called a last-minute press conference to talk about.
But they also said it might take a while to get everything worked out. So I guess it might take.
Oh yeah, my friend sent me that earlier, and basically it was like, wow, the Portland Council is just a clown show. And I kind of saw a little bit of it, but I was like, there's no way I'm sitting through this whole thing.
No, if they want to fix the homeless crisis,
I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all for a number of reasons.
About that guy?
I mean,
in Portland.
Okay, if you want to take this position and advocate for it, fine. But be honest with yourself and be honest with the world and say, I'm supporting censorship.
Little townhouses?
Yeah.
I'm in favor of this
like
censorship.
More affordable housing and shit.
That is what it is.
Fucking
There's no other
people.
way to describe it.
You know what Portland did?
Censorship.
Told me you had to move all of it in 30 days.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why...
It's why, honestly, there needs to be mass expansion on the affordable housing and shit, you know, whatever way, you know, type possible, honestly.
Well, if they want to fix it, then
what
do
the propaganda is saying
donate
over
a piece of
what
land.
the government is thinking,
that
how
they
they're
can
trying
put
to manipulate the
those
population.
places on.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen a lot of
And at least, you know, like, have, you know, some sort of a program in place to working with, you know, different organizations that are helping getting people off the street and off of, you know, drug addiction and off of, you know, these things, helping their mental health and shit at these places.
Everett,
Then
Washington
explain how, look, that's not exactly right, and here's why it's not right.
But they help.
And if you're going to ban it,
like, let's say you have a drug addiction and you want to get off of it.
Mm-hmm.
They have a program.
Zukov!
They have a program that you can go through to where they'll help you get off drugs.
Yeah.
They will help you. Cold turkey. Get everything done. Go to meetings. Go to classes. If you have alcohol addiction, they'll send you to AA. You don't have to pay for it. But the fucked up factor is nobody wants to use it. Nobody wants to get off drugs. They don't think that, oh, well, this is gonna hurt me somehow. Yeah, it's gonna kill you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, at least forever, I don't know what, like, you know, a lot of the shit, you know, could be going on for there as to why that might be the case, but, I mean...
Local access, and you can get it in Seattle anytime you fucking want it.
Yeah.
But literally, the homeless crisis in fucking Everett is way better than fucking up here. I've been to two. I mean, the one in Salem is a UGM, Union Gospel Mission. They do the same goddamn fucking thing.
Yeah.
If you're on drugs, they'll send you to classes.
Yeah, because it really just kind of shows that, like, at least, you know, for Portland, they just legit do fuck all for it at all. Like, I mean...
Well, they have it UGM in Portland, but it's a joke.
Yeah, because it's not actually, you know, funded or uplifted or supported in any way. It's just like...
When I was living in Salem, this is the cool thing about Salem, is that Salem can house, what was it? 300 beds. 100 and something of those are for people who get a bed upstairs, and the rest of it is for classes, for people who are going through addiction, who can't leave the premises. I mean, you can't leave the premises for, like, I think, like 90 days.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that you're gonna get clean. So yeah, there's like 200 something beds for clients who are going through the drug and alcohol program. Classes. I think they baptize you too. You get baptized if you're a client, but if you're not a client, then you don't have to worry about it. No, I went through there for I was 25, and then I moved to Vancouver for couple years.
Disclaimer, YouTube, this joke. I'm telling you, armed up. Really, Venom? Really?
Yeah, it was nice down there. I mean, people were fucking friendly as fuck. I mean, they feed you. You get 3 meals and a place to sleep.
Yeah.
The BBC, which has supported a bunch of American war.
No, I pretty much already heard all gist of that, actually. Sukov, don't even think about it. He was looking over there, thinking about it, making a little grumble in the booth.
Is it dead?
Mm-hmm. Don't be enacting no boofing now. Mm-mm.
This song actually is fucking true for every fucking thing that's going on right now.
Was it?
Fake woke.
You can tell me a hobo with a Glock ain't gonna find himself some shelter. And if they can't... It's been a while since Sukov got traded here. Oh, shit. Up. Up. Come on. Good boy.
No, that one he really talks about politics, but he talks about it in a fucking sensible way where we're like, okay, yeah, we can see that happening.
Yep. Is that Snowflake? What the hell? What the hell?
Spider?
No, it's an ant actually. You got a random little ant just kind of chilling. What are you doing, bro?
You mean like the ones that are on the kitchen counter?
No, this is a different one.
Oh.
It's a different species of ant.
Come on, folks.
I don't even know where to put you. I don't even know where to put this guy. Big Boy isn't actually here. He was. I don't know if he is anymore. I'm honestly not even gonna lie. I had to, like, you know, just like straight up, you know, be chilling and venting a little, cause Jesus fucking Christ. I'll just put this little guy over here. Okay. There you go. Go the other way. Yeah, song Snowflake.
Huh?
I think Venom's trying to figure out what the song is.
Snowflake by Tom McDonald.
Wow.
At least somebody knows it.
Yeah, but honestly, like, Logan's really starting to kind of get on my, you know, like, fucking nerves, because he has, like, this serious hyper fucking tribalistic mentality about fucking shit at this point. Like, especially the whole, like, they're not Rush soldiers, they're artillery soldiers. Like, they're supposed to be a fucking difference. They're still the same.
Yeah.
That's like, I got the God complex, though, I guess. It's like, honestly, I really do swear, like, I mean, I'm like one of like the 1 or 2% of like actual like principled people who are legit, you know, anti-war from the fucking get-go across the board, regardless of who, you know, side is, you know, doing what. And if anything, you know, even more enforced because of what side is doing what, regardless of who's doing who and what their shit's, you know, what, you know, fucking actions they're taking.
Who's doing who? You did who for how many Skittles?
Yes.
It's like my favorite thing. You did who for how many fucking Skittles?
And I say yes to all the Skittles.
This one's weird. It's called Straight White Man. Doggy!
Suck off. Well, one I don't really associate with because I'm not a straight white male.
He got so much controversy for this fucking song that he put out. But this one, he got so much fucking controversy. They're like, oh, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no.
I mean, honestly, it's just not, for me at least, it's just not really much of that much of a good song overall. I mean, it was just only really meant to try to, you know, be shocking or whatever.
Yeah.
Sukov, what are you doing? Get over here. What are you doing, dude? Sukov, come here. What are you doing, bro? Give me another cheat. Come here. Look at that little tail go. Sit. Paw. Paw. Good boy. You want to stand up?
No.
That's not me.
My eyes are bad.
And you're wearing glasses too. Oh god. You might need to get the glasses checked. Yikes.
Had my fiance's name on it.
Zuka, get back here.
That's true.
You see, baby.
Why are you so tame that I could just, like, beat the fuck out of you and you won't do anything to me? Huh? 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 Huh?
Because I roughhouse with him?
Huh?
So he's used to it.
Huh?
A roughhouse is with you and you're just used to it.
Oh god, you're so fucking with my dog to fuck you up. My dog's dead. Still haven't met him.
I know. I mean, honestly, I feel like it'd be alright if you brought him home to visit.
That's the problem. He's not fixed, and my dog is very territorial over my mom.
Ah.
He protects. Basically, what Loki is, Loki's a pit and black lab.
Washing my hair.
His mentality is protect my mom.
Yeah.
Because every time I leave my mom's car, when she drops me off, I look
Well,
at this.
I'm thinking if, like, I at least go out and he can sniff him on me and...
It's my mom's perspective on Loki.
Yeah.
You know how he'll react around a...
Well, I'm thinking I could just leave him inside, at least at first, and he can sniff him on me. You know, so... And I can be outside and just...
Well, next weekend you'll be able to see him when I come home on Wednesday.
Yeah.
My mom's going to drop me off, so I can probably come out and meet him.
This is the first time I've ever had
Yeah.
He's a good boy.
I did as little ripping as I could possibly.
I'm honestly thinking, like, if I just leave him in the house and, you know, visit his pup, you know, have his puppo come here for a little bit, hang out outside for a minute, then he could smell Zukov on me, and me too, and then kind of associate friendliness, you know, with that. And then, you know, maybe the next time he pops by, then we can have Zukov come out and at least at a distance at first, and let him kind of slowly approach each other and check each other out. But kind of do the same thing, and like I do initially. And I need to get him to not listen to Tom McDonald. Oh God. Oh. No buenos. Not happy.
I've had some like tingles.
I honestly get what the fuck that dork is about anyway, so it's just like whatever. So I'm not really affected by it, but it's just like... It's like, okay.
I would imagine that like I just
Kind of cringy. Hey, Zukov, get over here. Get away from that.
We should shave it and make a blanket.
No.
Okay, do it. I think you can shave a lion and make a blanket out of it. You're thinking of a sheep.
I don't know, you could probably do that with the mane.
You could skin a lion and make a blanket out of it, probably. If you were so inclined. But I don't think you could, like, shoot a lion.
You could probably take the mane as like a baby blanket.
Dangerous, and then
If you're stupid enough to try it. Let me shave the mane off a lion and risk literal death of getting mauled by a lion.
Talk to me directly. Huh? Shut up. Saying directly to you.
Oh, did I bring my charger with me in here? Oh, fuck, I didn't. Son of a bitch. I'll just grab that in a second.
Samuel needs to chill. His name is Samuel. Alright, well.
Honestly, like, the whole goddamn world needs to, like, chill. Like, the entire world needs to take, like, a one massive collective fucking just hella bong rip and just call it good, you know what I'm saying?
You drunk, Samuel. You had a bad day.
Like, literally everybody. Like, every single person on the planet.
I don't think you're anything.
Just
A bad person? I didn't say you were a bad person. I said you were a fucking bad person. I didn't say you.
Guitar Hero needs to take a fat dab and chill. True. I mean, you might cough your lungs out for a good fat minute, but, you know, it's for the cause, you know what I mean? Just gotta take some fat dabs and chill.
I don't remember anybody saying you were a bad person, buddy. Look, Paul, my daddy drives. Well, good for your daddy. Your acceptance of my character means everything to me. If you don't shut up, I'm gonna accept you right out of this room. How about that?
Oh, damn, son.
I don't know if you're having a weird meltdown or if you're like trolling. It's a combination of the two, but whatever it is, you gotta pretty much stop it now. You pretty much get it right now. Stop it. Are you looking forward to the new Batman movie? No. Nope. I don't like superhero movies anymore. I'm tired of them. I haven't watched one since Avengers Endgame. I haven't had the desire to watch one since then either. I feel like I actually liked Avengers Endgame quite a bit, and I thought it was a good way to wrap up like 10 plus years worth of serial film. But for me, it was this one song. For me, it was the goodbye, and not the transfer to the new set of, mutants or whatever the fuck. That's not. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in going along with the next generation. So for me,
I am most certainly done with superhero films. I'd rather just have like sci-fi and horror get its day again. Hopefully Dune kind of sparked that again.
I prefer it to be that way.
I really hope that Dune, was able to kind of spark this like, like revival of like sci-fi and because I'm feeling that.
They just don't have the passion.
Feeling the realm of the sci-fi
anymore, and it's going to become more and more of a cynical cash grab. And these characters, the ones that are left that you like from the original and Spider-Man, are going to become more and more unlikable. And, movies are going to be less and less popular, and I'd rather not stick around for that. I'd rather.
Hey, no! You gotta be kidding me, bro.
The good times, the bad times, and the all-around times. I'm not super interested. Yeah. And I mean, unfortunately, something new.
Harsh times make for a strong man.
Includes, like, not a
strong man meet
even if they tried something new with a super.
To good times, but those good times lead to weak men, and the cycle repeats. Or something like that. I don't know.
Come on, dog.
Whatever that weird, not even true cycle of how world works is. I wonder why people think that. Like, the whole like weird reciprocal, like, strong men make good times make weak men, then weak men make bad times, and like. Where in the fuck does it even come from? Because it's not even true. Like, there's no, like, I mean, what, like, where is the truth in that? Like, I've honestly have yet to see it. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's like, oh.
It was okay. I mean, like I liked the characters. I didn't dislike the whole setup of the movie.
Took off.
I'm not interested in how it turned out.
Yo, bro. Look at you. Hey. You don't have to be so hyper-focused on him all the time. Or you're like, really.
Oh, yes. I will tell you this, I watched 2 movies in the last 2 days that are huge Oscar bait that were really good. Like, actually really good movies. Probably movies that I would have otherwise just skipped usually. but that are
Come here.
really good.
I'm just surprised you heard
I
that.
watched The Eyes of Tammy Faye, which is like, if you'd have told me like a year ago that they were
Eyes of
making a
Tammy
movie
Faye?
about Jim and Tammy Faye Baker and their rise and fall, and that it was going to be a movie that was
Oh,
very
like Jim Baker and shit.
complex, interesting, with great acting in it, great casting, and strangely humanizing of a couple of televangelists, I would have like laughed in your face. But that movie was
Really?
amazing. I can't recommend it highly enough. If
Huh.
you're looking for a good movie and haven't seen a good movie in a while, and you want something a little different that isn't like a superhero comedy fest,
I'll have to
The
check
Eyes
that
of
out.
Tammy Faye, really good. Especially if you know who Jim Baker is and
Yep.
you want to see a fantastic on-screen.
I'm actually gonna look that up real quick.
By the same guy who played whatever it was, like he's been in a bunch of different things now. I can't remember.
Oh, this is a movie from last year.
He's Mark Zuckerberg's best friend or whatever that he cheated out of the money or whatever in the social network. That guy plays Jim Baker. And a lady who, quite frankly, I don't recognize from much else. I know she's been in other things, plays Tammy Faye, and it's a fantastic movie. And just like
Jessica Chastain.
Great. And then
I've never heard of her.
Last night, we watched Nightmare Alley, which is another big Oscar bait movie. I didn't see. Here's the thing: we didn't even know that these movies were Oscar bait. We were just kind of like flipping through. We tried the Eyes of Tammy Faye thing because it looked interesting. Actress Jessica Chastain. Yeah, I know she's been in other stuff, but I've never been a real big fan of her up until now.
I've never heard of her personally.
The performance of Tammy Faye is amazing. It's a fantastic movie. And then Nightmare Alley is a Guillermo del Toro movie about carnies, and it was really good. Like a remake, I guess, of an older movie from the 40s, I think. 47, 48 movie. But it was really good.
So, what are you doing?
It's got Bradley Cooper in it,
Are you like?
which.
Are you getting down and diggity with yourself? What's going on here?
But I really think
Hey,
that, like,
stop it!
now that Bradley Cooper has gotten older, he's
What are you
ready to
doing?
be like a real actor.
Don't be a weirdo.
You know, he's like a comedy guy or whatever. He was great. Definitely a slower movie. I'll tell you this: I liked The Eyes of Tammy Faye a lot better than I liked personally Nightmare Alley. Although they're very different kinds of movies. They share a lot of similarities. Mysticism, spiritualism, and a rise and fall story. You know what I mean? So.
In a way, I do actually kind of love those more like mysticistic,
Yeah, I
like spiritual
actually
movies and
haven't seen the
shit.
original Nightmare Alley, so.
Because it kind of
for that, but
is,
yeah,
in a way, you know, entertaining of, you know, those type of thoughts in a little bit,
it's gonna be
one
a
way or
big
the other.
Oscar Buzz movie this year. I think it's nominated or whatever
This little ant is still here. What the hell?
for Best Picture, Best Actor, and Best Special Effects. It's up there with Dune. So we'll see. Not that I really give a shit about Oscars anymore, but yeah, it's definitely one of those. It's definitely
Come on, bro.
Like the remake of Nightmare Alley. It's about 2.5 hours long, and it is an ultimate slow burn film. It definitely does not move at a fast clip until it's ready to. I haven't seen The Wizard of Lies, but it might be kind of fun. The Bernie Madoff movie, but yeah, those two movies, like, I'm a sucker for a rise and fall picture. Like, I love the whole rise and fall story, you know. Casino and Goodfellas and
Goodfellas is a good one.
Wall Street, those types of movies. Just
I love The Wolf of Wall Street. That is a really, really good movie. Jason Belfort and the rise and fall of him.
Definitely fit the bill. Scratch the itch.
Also, Leonardo did a really, really good job in that film too.
I think that Guillermo del Toro knows how to make a movie dark without making it colorless. Please take your camera and show your bookshelf DVD collection. I don't really have either, bro. I have a book collection and stuff, but I don't have DVDs anymore.
It's like, yo, show me your collection.
My whole DVD collection. I didn't use it. I just didn't take it. I divorced years ago, and I just never had a heart.
Well, it's definitely kind of a weird, strange
not that having a DVD
thing.
shelf would have been all that great anyway. It doesn't really make sense to have a collection of movies anymore. And to be honest with you, I don't have a vast collection of books. I used to have way more. I used to have enough books to but that's another thing that I kind of left behind when I got divorced, and I just, once again, like, I've gotten books here and there, and I've, rebuilt up my collection. I've got a couple of little nice books. I've showed you guys a couple of my nice books before, but I just didn't really have the heart to rebuild it, or the will, I guess, maybe.
Oh, Zukov into a ball.
I don't really have a whole lot of stuff.
Zukov is at least having some chill today.
Kind of like to keep it that way. Scarface. I really like Don't Look Up. I think it fits our current time way better than Dr. Strangelove. Also, a popular opinion as far as I know, but I'll say Dr. Strangelove is not funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what other random stuff is
I
happening.
disagree. I think that the movie is not necessarily meant to be played straight for laughs. So maybe you were looking for a funnier movie, but it's got its moments.
Kenneth Copeland is still feeling persecuted for fucking
More of a horror film.
like buying private jets and shit.
The horror of the
It's like, I don't want to be in a tube full of demons, and people persecute me for it. It's like, oh my god, still feeling it. I love it.
I don't know. You had to choose.
Just the constant, just like
You're the last elector.
calling out of his bullshit and stuff. It's just honestly the most amusing thing to me.
We're gonna get Best Picture this year. Which one would you give? Yeah.
I enjoyed it more. Like, Memory is still really good, but it doesn't have that same kind of draw to me, I guess.
Yeah, it wasn't as intimate
Yeah.
as
You're so far away.
the movie was. It didn't have as many likable characters in it either. I really don't think Nine Year
Sweet little boy.
About likable characters.
Yeah, it's a tone difference.
And I was really surprised by the Eyes of Tammy Faye because I ended up liking characters in it. And these are
Definitely gonna have to check out the Eyes of Tammy
people
Faye.
that I know to be
Seems, because I definitely am very familiar with fucking Jim Baker and shit, so it would definitely be kind of an interesting little perspective of seeing, you know, a little bit of his rise and fall in a sense.
I gotta be honest with you, and this is just the sad truth of it. I think a lot of it had to do with the build-up of Dune or whatever, but I liked both of the movies we watched last night. Watching last couple of days.
Zukov.
Like, I
Hey,
would give
baby.
Nightmare Alley Best Picture over Dune, probably. Dune maybe deserves like a Best Visual Effects. Whatever they call it. Cinematography.
You see, baby.
Set design or whatever. But I really don't think that it stands up against either of those two movies
Zukov.
in terms of
Stay.
like, Best Picture.
Stay here. I remember teaching us you last night when you said he had some belonged to yours. Yeah. His is pretty similar. Mine just has, like, you know, LGBT stuff on it instead. Yeah, it's the classic beaker.
Yeah, it felt clinical.
And it looks like it's actually legit about, like, the same size and dimensions and shit, too. Like, he almost has, like, the exact same as mine.
Dude, you know what I mean? There's not a whole
Like, it looks like maybe the very top of it's a little different, and it looks like his is in red.
directly
At least what it looked like on camera.
experience.
But, yeah, aside from that, I mean, they do almost look kind of the same.
Harder to connect. What about Dune for best soundtrack? Dune did have a great soundtrack.
Oh, Dude had a fucking phenomenal soundtrack.
Although I'm gonna be honest with you, so did these other two movies I'm talking about. The Eyes of Tammy Faye has a ton of great old like spiritual hymnals sung by Tammy Faye Baker that really flesh out the tone of the film and really like provide a counterpoint a lot of time to the ugliness going on in their lives. Same thing with Nightmare Alley. Nightmare Alley had a really like subdued, understated score that wasn't trying to steal the show, but really did a whole lot to set that kind of damp, dark scene.
I really has a mini bong that same puddle because that's how much water it takes to just work a puddle. Nice.
Like Nightmare Alley, but it's still like explosively colorful.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab my charger real quick. Be right back.
It doesn't have to be a looking film. It doesn't feel like it's got like a filter draped over every shot, but every shot is filled with these dark, you know, earth tones, and then like it's really bright colors. But yeah, I've been tuned out for quite some time to like the media when it comes to what they think about movies. I've really gone to like just discovering films as they happen, and it's so strange that we just kind of like tripped into two Oscar-worthy films in a row.
I mean, it was on HBO Max, so they were.
They do their premieres or whatever. They just showed up, and there was something that I hadn't seen there before. We just tried them, and they were both really fucking good.
And then, like, the next day, they turned it into the whole 31 days of Oscars.
Yeah. Whoa.
What did I do with it?
Already took my bed.
Oh. Here it is. I don't move. And then I have to go anywhere. Went real quick. I was like, wait, where the fuck is it? I was like, oh. Yeah, I felt like I had it in here.
That's a pretty birdie.
There we go. Hey, buddy. Well, come here.
Top of the profile pic to you, sir.
Come here, buddy. Come
Why
here.
don't you do me a favor? Why don't you stretch yourself out
Come here.
and go real quick to your settings. Pick yourself
Zook
a profile
off.
pic
Zook off.
so I don't have to ban you.
Zook off.
I'm not in a banning mood today.
Come here. No. Oh my god. Bro, come here.
300 seconds is plenty of time, man. Like, what is 300
Zook
seconds?
off.
Like 3 minutes? 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Wait a minute. 60 and 60.
Zook off.
That's 120. 120 and 120
It's
is
240.
240. That would be
4 minutes. Plus 60 is 300.
that's fine.
Paul, are you serious?
6 times 5 is 30.
Correct.
Zook come here.
You're so good at math. You are. Good at the math, dude. My brain turns to mush when I think about math.
I ain't as good as I used to be.
Zukov, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Come here.
I mean, if it's not your main interest, then
Oh my god. Come on. That's all I wanted to do. Jeez, bro.
having profile pics helps us out the trolls with 1 million alt accounts. I mean, yeah, it's not a complete fire thing. It shows your willingness to like
You sweet baby.
establish an account for a
You
conversation.
sweet little baby.
That you're not just a dude that's got 1 million little fucking accounts. What do you think is the best snack to eat during a movie?
Popcorn?
I mean, I gotta be honest with you, I like eating dinner and lunch and stuff during a movie.
Oh, come here.
Popcorn, probably. I mean, the food goes really well with a movie.
We hardly ever
This
do
boy.
popcorn.
Mm.
We have something that we want to eat, we just do that.
Yeah. typically we'll sit down and watch a movie while we're, eating lunch or dinner or something.
Who's good boy?
And we don't always finish a movie in one sitting either. Just kind of depends on the movie, I think, a lot of the times.
Goofy boy. Who's a good boy? Hmm?
Sun chips and a Coke. And keep the sun chips. I'll take the Coke though.
Yeah, sun chips are alright. I'd be down for some
Bad
chips.
experience in a cinema, sure. I mean, if you've been to movies more than 10 times in your life, you've had a bad experience.
Yeah.
I genuinely believe that 1 in 10 trips to the movies is lame and or ruined by somebody else. And I've had it all, man. I've had every kind of movie.
I've definitely had that.
I've gone to the movies.
That's someone I went with actually literally be on, like, pop on his phone and check on it, like, every 15, 20 fucking minutes, and it was just like, yo, bruh. Really distracting.
It was just dirty, like the floor is all sticky, and there's just popcorn all over it from the previous people. They didn't send somebody to sweep it in, sweep it up, or whatever. You can have it's real easy to have a bad theater experience, man.
Yeah, definitely. Who's a good boy?
Should be legal to slam someone for talking in the theater, I agree. Yeah, the lady that ruined Monkey Bone. Monkey Bone is the only film that I've ever walked out of and asked for my money back for.
Never have that happen.
And it was because, A, the movie was trash.
I hope to not have that be the case.
There was a lady in there with her, 6 kids complaining loudly to the whole audience about how dirty the movie was and shit. And, I got fucking fed up.
Why was she not just escorted out by security? Like, what the fuck?
Staying and finishing this movie worth yelling at this lady and getting in a confrontation in the middle of this theater, or do I really just want to leave? And the answer was, I really just want to leave. And so I just, stood up, walked out, went straight to the fucking box office, and I was like, there's a lady talking in Monkey Bone, and I've missed, the first half of the movie because she keeps complaining about it. Can I get a comeback ticket or whatever to see something else? They didn't even argue. We're just like, whatever, here you go.
Goofy boy. You sweet little thing.
I mean, in movie theaters, you probably get away with just hopping for a long time.
Goofy baby.
If you're smart about it, if you know how to be low-key about it, you can get away with it. But if you keep showing up, if you're dumb and you keep, going to the...
Unless they're my friends, he does that. He'll go to the theater and watch a movie, but he'll go sneak into another one.
You need to know what's coming up.
He does that at least, every other time he goes there.
You walk directly out of the bathroom into another theater. Sit down like you belong there. And you could probably stay all day on one movie ticket if you're smart.
Oh, yeah.
You can't draw any attention to yourself. You can't be going out in the lobby. You gotta know which movies you're going to. You can't be just hanging around in the public areas because they're gonna see you and they're gonna know you've been there all day. I did when I was a teenager. I haven't done it since I was.
So one of my friends still does it. Honestly, kind of surprised he hasn't been caught. Or maybe he has once.
Especially if you're in the middle of the movie.
And they warned him about it and he just hasn't done since. But I mean, at least I wouldn't be surprised. But if not, then he's most certainly been continuously doing it.
Just walk directly up to the box office and tell them, there's a lady in the Monkey Bone Theater or whatever that's yelling and blah, 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 blah. I missed half the movie now. And I really feel like I would like to come back and see something else. And they're going to give you a free pass or whatever to come back.
Well, if they don't, no hurt to ask.
If they don't, dude, you can whoop it up. Trust me, they're going to give it to you. You can pull your fucking Karen card if you need to. Trust me.
Yeah, I think there's a context where maybe pulling the Karen is actually an acceptable scenario. When you got some other bitch who's just being loud and annoying at a fucking movie theater and they're not really wanting to work with you because of that, then yeah, you kind of have a right to be a little bit of a Karen. I think there's context and scenarios to where there might be some justifications. I mean, honestly, I've definitely seen some Karen videos where I'm like, maybe the Karen ain't necessarily in the wrong.
Robert Downey Jr.
I mean, honestly, there's been times where the Karen isn't necessarily the one being the most, like, explosive or whatever the fuck, but it's to what they're doing. So sometimes the more explosive person is actually, you know, the vindicated just one, despite maybe in vacuum, it may not.
Yeah. I mean,
So.
I think a lot of people probably do that. I don't think the movies really care much
So,
about
yeah,
it.
I don't know. I think there's some justification, merit, and context.
You definitely don't want to, like, tell them you're doing it, but I don't really think they give a shit.
They don't get paid enough to give a fuck.
Yeah. There was another movie where I had to yell at some kids. School of Rock, bro. A dumbass movie. I went and saw School of Rock when it came out. And about a quarter of the way into the movie, this group of teenagers that was doing exactly what I said, but also breaking the rule of don't call attention to yourself. They just, like, a quarter of the way in the movie, 16 people showed up. You know what I mean? And it was clearly just like a group of fucking teenagers that all bought one ticket probably 2 movies ago and were theater hopping. They had like a little social circle or whatever. And so I gave them a good, rousing, shut the fuck up. And that helped. Yeah, they thought they were going to come in a quarter of the way through a movie they didn't pay for and ruin it for everybody else by treating it like it was their bedroom and shit.
Yeah, fuck that.
Movie was not great. School of Rock was not a good movie anyway.
I'm remembering it, and I don't know, I feel like I have fond memories of it, but I haven't seen it since I was a kid. So I don't know. If I watch it now, I might have different opinions about that movie.
Smart. I think it is.
Honestly, there wasn't really any actual, like, original songs, if I remember. It was just basically cover songs, mostly different things like AC/DC. I remember AC/DC being, like, one of the bands they covered a lot.
Basically, like, protected.
I remember the, like, credits, like, being one of those, like, credits where, like, they were playing, like, one more scene in the middle of the credits, and they were basically, playing,
and then managed to parlay that into
what's the name of the song?
kids-friendly kind of performer guy.
It's when fucking,
Has basically put his whole career in a giant Ziploc bag. And he can pop that bag open anytime he wants.
fuck. Man, I'm blanking on it
I
now.
think of Destiny was a dirty movie.
But it was straight up like an AC/DC song. And honestly, like, if I try to mimic it, I'm gonna basically, like, also mimic, like, at least 10 other their songs, because they all, like, revolve around the same chord progressions and shit. So it's just like, fuck.
Whereas I think if he just stayed like...
I think it's just simply called Life on the Highway, I think.
Antagonistic guy that, you know what I mean, Tesla's a lot. I think that would have won then a long time ago, had Jack Black not done something different. Oh yeah, I sincerely think that you're going to see Jack Black show up in a movie where he plays a role and you're just like, whoa, I had no idea he had that in him. Like, I could see Jack Black being a dude
Oh, definitely.
that, you know,
Jack Black is honestly legit a very talented guy.
an older actor in a way that nobody saw coming.
Like, on top of being, like, an actor, he's also a musician, too. Kind of does, like, you know, side stuff, like, streaming on YouTube for, like, you know, doing gaming and shit. Or I think it's on Twitch now, too, but... He's actually kind of overall legit, pretty cool dude. I like Jack Black.
He did one of the...
And I hope he hasn't shaved his beard off, because his beard right now is pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah. He had the Ralph retort. But I don't know what the meme is. What's the meme with the corn cobs? The answer is probably no. I probably wouldn't deliver corn cobs to somebody's house for the meme. Is that what they're doing to him? Are they throwing corn cobs in front of his house or whatever? That's mean. Leave poor Ethan Ralph alone, man.
What happened?
Leave this poor little sad fucking neo-Nazi guy alone.
Remember, like,
Yeah, just leave him to his sad, weird little
prank back
Nazi self.
delivered to their house every day?
Wait, are people chucking, like, fucking corn cobs at his house?
Like, I have a feeling that, like, pizza places just give you, end up, like, giving you pizza.
I mean, it's like, okay. That's the, all right. I feel bad for the corn cobs.
Yeah, it does. You're right, it does. I'd rather not. I think I'd be sick of it immediately.
Careful, dog.
I can order my own pizza. I don't want people showing up around my door about hours a day and shit. That'd be fucking pissing me off.
I mean, honestly, every now and then it would be okay. I mean, I am a fan of pizza. If they really want to piss me off, they would have to send in like pineapple pizza and shit. Because then I consider it a war crime in itself. It's just like, pineapple on pizza? Are you insane?
It was absolutely boring. I had way more fun talking about being space pirates. But in the last like half hour of it, went on and on for about another hour about pirates.
It legit was significantly more entertaining.
Yeah. There you go. If you're interested to hear what we thought about it, it's over there.
Commandeering my own fleet to, you know, delivering food supplies in for the fucking space pirate.
The ghost of Kiev killing 20 jets. Okay. Thanks for the $2, buddy. Seem to be filled with memes about other people that I don't understand. But whatever, you want to keep paying me? I'm fine with it.
What the fuck?
I did see a video that Ethan Ralph got his ass beat recently, didn't he?
What?
Somebody stole, like, I did see a video that somebody stole a man purse from Ethan Ralph. Like, he went to the bank.
A man purse.
He got jumped. And somebody stole his purse and beat the fuck out of him. So I do know that that's what's been going on with Ethan. Does that have something to do with the corn conflict?
Getting his purse jacked and fucking flopped on the head. Damn. Really sticking it to the man there, Ethan Ralph.
His face looked like a balloon. His face already, like, if I'm thinking of the same guy, his face already kind of looks like a balloon.
I thought it looked more like a weird inflated russet potato.
I went on the morning Kumite thing to end Andy Worski's career. I remember that guy wanted to jump in. And I kept going like, yeah, bring him in if he wants to come in.
I remember that.
He's talking all kinds of heavy shit in the chat. And I kept talking about how they were going to bring him in, but they never did bring him in. They never did show.
I don't remember that stream out.
He's probably lucky. He probably saw what was happening to Andy, and he was like,
I don't want that.
And like the Twitter post of his face after the attack, he really got pummeled. I think I've seen it. I think I saw one of the pictures. He posted a picture of himself in the hospital, and I think I've seen that. And that's probably the worst of it, probably. I saw that as a meme or whatever. The corn cob jokes originated with some streamer saying Ethan was too much trouble to deal with and should be sacrificed to the corn. What?
What?
Like Children of the Corn style?
Huh?
Alright. Well, I guess the right can meme? What's your favorite internet
I
lol?
guess? I am now, I feel like my brain is mushed out for a second, like, what, I'm confused. What type of weird memes are the right trying to do to salvage themselves?
They consider TJ a lol cow. People that consider me a lol cow, probably. Like, a lot of the people that come in here and troll and shit probably look at me and think of me that way. And they're like, oh yeah, let's get this guy worked up. I don't really know. I guess I don't have a favorite lol cow.
I know those, like, poll dudes from months back, you know, were like that.
Very well-defined and well-known favorite
Like, oh,
lol cow,
look,
but
got lol cows.
kind of purged the lol cow.
Let's do that. Let's go after.
You know, I did so much lol cowing
It's like,
with the
okay.
manatee that I mean, once you've
like
seen
a-
the lol cows, how do you ever move along?
Like, for real.
Wings of Redemption. I do like him, like not unironically, as a lol cow. He's pretty good. I don't get to see a whole lot of videos, but every once in a while I'll watch a Jordy Jordan video.
Yeah, I've seen that every now and then.
About people donating money or whatever.
Every now and then I'll see it, and it's pretty amusing.
Just wanted to agree on the anti-war stuff. Sadly, humanity needs resources and influence in the world, but who know really? Dude, the cancer man is on fire today.
I'll say this though, like fucking Biden's like let's kill cancer thing, like decreased by about like 75%. It went from like let's end cancer to let's lower the fatality rate by 50% over 25 years.
His crusade against cancer, yeah.
Wow, what a
For
promise.
25 years sounds significantly less.
Yeah, it's kind of.
It sounds-
kind of like lowered expectations.
Yeah.
There.
Oof.
What are you gonna do?
Lowered expectations, and we're gonna offer promises off those expectations, Jack.
Was from that
Which means nothing.
account. Yeah, that particular individual. It's true.
We're just straight up ain't gonna be doing nothing, Jack. Let me just tell you. No thing on that there, malarkey.
I don't know. I think Corpse Midget kind of got his feelings hurt by the whole fucking thing. Like, I think Corpse Midget was too fragile for this world. He's too fragile to be a real lol cow.
Man, that was a very odd one, that guy.
Biden a lol cow? Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Go watch his speeches, man. Go look at him. He's so
Oh my
positive.
god, how does someone needed to ask that for a question?
Individual thinks about the Ukraine. I'm sure you could probably find some videos that he's done about it. I'm sure. Why don't you go look it up?
I mean, Brett Keane is on YouTube still. I'm sure he probably has some takes.
By the
Alright.
way, us talking about lol cows is not an invitation to break the manatee rule. I'm seeing a lot of individuals. I'm seeing a lot of situations. You guys need to temper the worst angels of your nature, or I'm gonna start fucking unleashing the ban bots.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I get to mention the manatee whenever I want. You are required to talk about
Oh,
it
Seed.
only when I say you can.
Oh, shit.
Just because I mentioned him in an offhanded way, so we were talking in
Fuck, where am I gonna put that?
in generalities about lol cows, doesn't mean that we're gonna turn this whole fucking thing into a let's relive the manatee golden oldies.
Brett Keane, manatee
The reason I stopped
situation.
the reason I stopped interfacing and engaging with that
Manatee,
person
Brett Keane
because I
situation.
really feel like I've said every word that could ever possibly be said about another person.
So I don't.
that I would want to say.
Does it tolerate
I
trolling?
don't feel like I have anything to add.
I mean, I understand the Brett Keane thing, though.
And the coverage that we did on
Like, there was a lot of trolling up until a lot of referencing to Brett King.
opinions on it. And that's that.
I have a bad habit of trolling. Well, I just refer away from the manatee trolling.
I find it boring and
I mean, that's why I'm kind of amused, because, like, I mean, I honestly, I really do get it a little bit.
brought to light the manatee cycle.
I think the reason why some people are bringing it up now, because unironically, like 2 or 3 streams ago, the manatee actually was in Paul's chat for a second. And it was verified it was him. So, Brett King, he popped in, to say what's up.
Probably the first.
Not in any hostile way. It was just like, hey, what's up, brother? How you doing? It's like, oh. I looked it up, exactly that thing, and it was him. And I was like, oh, wow, okay.
Just kind of sad.
Paultatorship or Paulocracy. I like Paulocracy. Or like a Paultocracy.
Beyond over, for sure.
I mean, at least when it comes to trolling Paul, you just kind of have to, like,
Straight dope still.
you know, like, tickles buttons in the right way with it.
Remember back before we
Because, I mean, for a good minute there, he was alright with the trolling up until, like, well, manatees getting brought up quite often here.
had a conversation or whatever. Excuse me. Weed, please. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, no, I haven't seen him around. Straight dope. Love dissing Cody Weber. He dissed Cody, he dissed TJ. Straight dope was a big antagonist back in the day. He was like, his whole gag was something that back in the day was looked down upon in the atheist community, but would soon become kind of like how most people or a lot of people on YouTube present themselves. Like, he was a guy that would make these teardown videos about people, and he wasn't afraid to say anything. He'd go after like your philosophy, he'd go after your looks, your weight, your height, your how you dressed, how you whatever. You know, he would insult you, however, but he was
So, grade A edgelord.
never showed his face. He was one of the first people I remember to really adopt this, like, I'm a character. You know what I mean? He wasn't a cartoon. He didn't have, like, a cartoon avatar or anything. But yeah, he would do, ponage. Yeah, he would do ponage videos. But the big controversy about him, like I said, was that he was a dude that would do these pretty vicious ponages of people, but he didn't show his
So,
own.
like a proto version of Leafy is here, essentially. From what it sounds like.
You know, that was probably the biggest piece of
Like prior to
criticism that he had.
Leafy and shit, you know, there was people like him doing it, Straight Dope or whatever his name is.
Breaking a fat fuck or TJ a fat fuck or something. So for all we know, he could be a fat fuck. Which, I don't know, it's kind of silly in retrospect. In fact, if you want to see how silly it was, see if you can find the Straight Dope versus Fake Sagan debate, where that was the whole point. If you want to see how silly the contention of, like, you want to talk about other people who choose to show their faces, but you don't show yours is, go watch that. It's like 3 hours of Fake Sagan desperately trying to pwn Straight Dope by calling him a pussy because he won't show his face in various ways. Like, all roads lead to Rome in that argument. I remember that, dude. That's some old lore right there. That's some old lore. And I bet it's still
been around.
Straight Dope with a...
It's been around longer than I was following them and shit, so I'm not really too familiar myself, but I don't have to
Straight Dope versus
delve into some of the lore.
I think he was calling himself at that point. Or fakey. That was oh my god, dude. That's a ridiculous argument.
If it is still out there.
Just goes to show you, like, how Ponage, like, just really ate itself. Like, Ponage started out as kind of like a genuine disagreement between two people philosophically. It was often aimed one way or another by religious people towards, anti-theists and atheists and stuff. I mean, Zonster remembers this era well. Zonster, was a fellow veteran of the 2006, 2007, I don't know, through 2010, maybe 2012.
Say it like it's a war.
On YouTube, the Great Debate War, or whatever. It just kind of was subsumed by everything else. But yeah, it got to the point of being like
A little young for me at that point. I was delving into just random different shit at that point.
Like an Orthodox Christian, but was still doing ponage. You probably don't remember this song.
I also remember every now and then tuning into random shit like that though. They'll just be on like the random sidebar and shit at the time, and I guess my little curious brain will click on it or some shit.
Very, very strange.
I was back as a kid, also really watch on YouTube and stuff. I remember watching like random like UFO Bigfoot videos a lot. Different music videos and shit when people can make their own videos and shit like that for music videos.
And there were people that just could not move on from it.
What else? I know like different animal videos and shit too. It's kind of a clusterfuck of shit.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Sleepy little boy. Sleepy little
I feel like
boy.
my chair shifted like that. But I didn't do anything to it. Dude, the early days of YouTube were so much fun.
Oh, they were.
Like, so much fun making videos. I didn't even care about the money making part of it, dude. Like I never.
Man, I remember fondly those old YouTube days. Honestly, it's just like, man.
I never tried to make.
It's good old Wild West. I also remember like stumbling on like fucking Nazis at the time too, and fucking on them. It's like, it's like I remember even back in the days of yonder.
The website.
Back in the old days of yore, I was also fucking on Nazis.
To see that happen back in the days,
and of course, you know, being snowflakes as they are, they'd block me.
Be a part of, you know. I really do think that.
So sad Steve Jobs died of.
Like a media platform that was. More
so sad Steve Jobs died of cancer.
Customization options on your channel and the kind of interaction options with video responses and stuff.
Didn't work. I saw that coming a mile away.
There were people that would turn on video responses, but approval only. You know what I mean? So you didn't have some fucking like hate beast, you know, dropping all their hater videos on top of your shit. You could just go through and like look at the people that actually made a genuine response to you and look. It actually felt like a community of people.
Right.
What?
Me is one, but
Oh, really? I felt it?
yeah,
Wow. Crazy.
the baby one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, a little baby
Crazy,
earthquake.
dude. I actually did feel a little. I'm real in tune with them though. Yeah. Growing up where I grew up, dude, the smallest little tremor, I'm gonna feel it because I know it gives me a feeling in my stomach. Yeah. When the ground moves underneath me, I get a feeling in my stomach. Like
That must be such a weird feeling.
Almost. And I know
I've only felt that once, and it was so weird because it was like, it was in high school, and I was in band class, and like music ensemble and shit, and it fucking, like straight up arc, like we felt it,
a little burp.
and it was straight up like a little,
Dude, a lot of times big earthquakes start with a little tiny the rumblings, you know. So who knows?
But yeah. Honestly, I'm thinking back to it because it's so interesting. Because like when I was asking everyone else, you know, that I knew and shit in school, it's like, yo, did you feel this little rumble? And they were like, no. And I'm like, what the fuck? And it was just so weird because I mean, our teacher even went outside to see if it was like some construction crew, but they were, you know, not using any heavy equipment or anything like that, so it wasn't them. So it's like we had like a little earthquake tremor at that point. It was like, huh? It's like weird. It's cool, but weird.
My dad comes with his, and you're.
It's the only time I can really think of when I've actually kind of like felt the earth move.
I'm fucking notorious with these, apparently. I just grab them up, man. They're the comfiest fucking thing I've ever put on my head, ever, in the history of it, ever.
Hey, Sukov.
I thought back on it, and I'm like, I was probably a baby, like a little in the crib baby the last time somebody hit me. I probably had like a baby blanket or something.
Oh, it's Bandit. Sukov, leave Bandit alone. I can grab Bandit. Look, Bandito. Hey, buddy. What's up, bro?
Let alone something that was knitted for me by somebody. That's. But I'm telling you, man, it's like it's the warmest.
I got you.
Oh, well, got to know. All right. Did I miss something that you said? I hope CTJ and Gil is not
When Sukov, here's your sound. Pro 6 going bark.
No, you had though. That's the difference. 20K subs in 2014 is a lot of people.
You know, we got a big old chungus. A little chungus boy.
Like you were, correct me if I'm wrong, Zoster, your channel was easily bigger than mine through most of that time. Like I'm pretty
Bandit?
sure you had a bigger viewership. So I was somewhere.
Oh my god.
Yo.
Yo.
In the middle of that. lot of subs. Like, having just like, I remember my first 1,000 subs, I felt like I wanted to go back and that, but
To a cough.
like 4% of people on YouTube.
Oh,
Like, you got 1,000
Little Bandito.
subscribe on you, you're already in a pretty fucking rare company. At that time, he was not.
Little bandit just stuffed his head in.
That website, it was
Oh, you
rough.
see, boy.
People that were growing at that time.
It was a good little bandito. Big old ball, fluff and warmth and sweetness.
Fred, was it Fred the Fred? I think it was.
Oh, you sweet boy.
There were a couple
Such a
of
good boy.
bloggers.
Just my boys, being so sweet.
Went back and covered some of the stuff
You sweet little thing. You sweet, sweet little thing.
Shane Dawson worked at Tiger Baby. This dude was really he was an old guy with glasses. And he vlogged. Songs are probably remember.
Bandit's just in all lap mode. Enjoying his little throne. Oh my god. He's honestly heavily making me want to take him. Sweet little thing. This sweet little thing.
And he used to get into drama with other people, like he was a blogger, and lots of early remembers what I'm talking about. He came back to Renetto. But somebody done deep. Renetto, that's it.
Oh my goodness,
That
okay.
guy was
Or Bandit, oh my god, I just mixed up their names, what the fuck.
that was the Wild West. 2006.
With the Bandito.
I think it was 2005.
You sweet thing.
So that way too.
You're just like hella knocked out, yo. Look at you. You're just knocked the fuck out, Bandit.
Tommy was still around, yes. Tommy was an old school.
Ah. You big old chungus. God, Bandit.
Yeah, Tommy's still around. I still. Yeah, Renault and a cycle, water.
There we go. I was just trying to do that. Hey, Bandito. Big goofball.
It was one of the first.
Look at you.
Even though YouTube was way better than it was, or way better than it is,
He's just enjoying these belly rubs.
YouTube was very slow.
He just love it.
More copyright protection. They were always
Look at you. Yes. Oh, yes.
What constituted bullying? So if you made any video against anybody, they were essentially videos back before the bully flag being handed out.
Oh, look at you.
YouTube was a bit schizophrenic, but it forced me to do what people see as the good old days. But it was like there wasn't one like rule of law that you could count on when you were traveling around the West. Never happened
Oh
to
my
this
God.
town is where you're at today. I remember when
You big goof.
There was a lot of things. There were a lot of people that like different sites.
Bandit, how much of this can you even withstand?
And then I know we were that I'll be back on their YouTube accounts. It was just a fun little boomerang. Well, there was a difference. There were like places that
Oh my god, look at You're honestly, at least from my perspective, straight up or looking like a sloth. You literally look like one just chilling here,
which was like
flopped out of your mind.
And it was like, yeah, it was like that, but the whole community was set up. We would never show up.
Oh my good lord.
You could search like problems and stuff. So I would always hang out in the men room for it, so I was searching for history. Yeah, it was that was an interesting community. I'm pretty sure it got shut down though because people were using it. Yeah, like using it on chatter. That eventually is what caused that. Blog TV was kind of the same thing. It was like an early live stream.
Oh, Bandit. You goofball.
Eventually, all of those things were kind of integrated.
You're just a big old flop. Look at you. Your ridiculous floppiness.
Twitch. And that was because they filled a gap that YouTube wasn't able to fill. Like, YouTube at that time was being pretty, like, stupid about video. They were, like, flagging people's videos, like, soundtracks and video games, so people were uploading footage of the game and playing it. So they were really harsh with those players and the industry.
Okay,
Justin Bieber.
bruh. You're gonna... Wait.
Fucking the same thing that everybody tried to do. Copyright.
Bandit. Oh my god. Ugh. Jesus. Chungus. Chungus.
Yeah, it's odd. A long time ago.
Man, you're a goofball. Big Chungus. Chungus ball. How's this even comfortable to you? Oh my god, look at you.
I mean, we covered as much of it as we could.
How are you comfortable? What the hell?
If you want to hear what we had to say about it, what little there was, local commentary to say, I was like, wow, I hope he actually does it instead of just talking about it. It was like a replay of his campaign promises. But for some reason, like, we're halfway through his first month. We're still hearing we're gonna rebuild the bridges. We're gonna lower prescriptions.
Here. Bandit. Bandit.
Allow Medicare to directly target.
Bandit. Bro. Oh my god, are you kidding me?
Especially when he was talking about unions, where he was talking about how the United States worked on support people who want to start unions, push back against people who want to start their own labor union. I really liked him saying that. Another word on it.
We're gonna...
As he's doing that, Starbucks is union busted, Amazon is union busted.
We're gonna do this, even though we're not doing it. A year into it all. Because we're gonna do it. That's what the site was about. Just more promises. I say we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Some of it, can you do some of it by executive order?
And honestly, the fucked up thing is there actually was some stuff he was saying, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. It's like, alright, it's not actually bad, but I don't know, do it.
That doesn't require anything to pass the House.
Should have already.
Doesn't require the legislature.
Like I even remember him saying something about the PRO Act, being like, "Hey, we're gonna pass that." It's like you literally had a year so far to try to pass it, and you just haven't yet. So yeah, gonna do it.
Military operations without going to the
It's like, okay, sure. Oh my God, Bandit.
So yeah, like some of that stuff, I have a feeling he could make a dent in just with his pen at his desk.
I mean, absolutely
Maybe not,
could.
Get it all done, but he could make a dent in some of the laws that allow some of these unfair systems to remain.
Honestly, I'm sure he could probably look into some of these like bills and shit and see what he could just, you know, sign off of an executive order and just make it like some sort of like, you know, super combo executive order package thing that he just pops out. So at least the stuff that he can at least just sign with a pen on his own, you know, gets through and shit. And at least in that way makes a dent. Could do that.
Yep.
But no, we're gonna.
You know, like at least it was tried. Like let it go. Fire off some of these attempts. And get some more people on the record as being against this shit in the crisis. Just like try. Do some of this stuff. American politics is so depressing with the endless gridlock in Congress. Yeah, I don't know much about foreign politics, but I assume that there's a lot of the same in a lot of countries. A lot of big talk from politicians, and a lot of bluster, and a lot of this, that, and the other, but not a lot of movement for the average person.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
We need it like the old school where people like whip pistols out and be like, "So you up dishonest?"
For real, like there honestly were like straight up like fights that have happened in like the house and shit. We were so passionate and gung-ho, they literally had like full on fights about it. Not just like full on arguments, but literally like coming to blows. And it's like, man, where's that pissing vigor? Like like vigor. Oh my God, but it's like where is that shit? It's like we need that. We need it. God damn it. You amoeba. Amoeba. Not a cat, this is an amoeba.
Theater for us. You know, and we have no actual control over it. We have no more control over that than we do the plot of a show. You know what I mean? And when we hate the ending, it doesn't matter. The ending already happened. We've got no, you know, there's no say in it, man. We can't even just like stop watching the show and start watching another one. We're just stuck in the endless fucking parade.
We get the front row seats.
You know, sold out corporate vampires pretending that they're gonna help.
I mean, I remember when they were like booing the whole like, you know, corporations being zero tax things. Like literally, who are they booing? Themselves? Because this is just straight up some political theater bullshit. Like that just to me just shows how much, you know, theater there is going on with that. It's like, yeah, you're booing despite the fact that you're the same motherfuckers that also, you know, allowed this type of shit to continue on. It's like, nice.
Flat wages since like 1970. Probably before. It was like 1965 or something. Flat wages in America. Ridiculous.
Bandit, really?
How bad it is that there hasn't been a landslide presidential election in like 50 years.
It hasn't, yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's been nobody to fucking care. I guess like the first Obama election was.
I don't think that
It wasn't a landslide, but it was pretty like authoritative.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
There's been a couple
solid, but
authoritative.
not like a
elections
landslide.
in more modern history, but there really hasn't been a landslide.
The only one I could think of is
That's
like
because
Reagan,
there's really
maybe.
nobody that anybody believes in anymore. It's become so polarized and so footballized that nobody.
It just becomes such a fucking sellout, fucking corporatized pageant theater that, yeah, like, like what incentive does, you know, people have?
Luckily, the State of the Union for Biden tax cuts passed for the 1%, and Republicans loudly booed. Yeah, there was a lot of weird moments, like the whole scripted theatrical presentation of the doing this in front of the Congress so that people can clap, and the whole like shots of the Congress, some of them standing up and clapping, and some of them sitting there all sour thing. The theater of that has created some weird moments, because there were times that like people that were ahead of us in the speech would say something to me and TV like, "Oh my God, a crowd just booed him." We get to that point and people were like booing some statistic, like it sounded
like a corporate statistic.
Yeah, like you mentioned some reprehensible statistic.
You're gonna go.
You know, and everybody boos the statistic, not you.
Come on.
Like that's what it sounded like to us. So it's just a very weird place.
Come on, Bandit. Look like you want to head out.
Or just the weird theater, the way they present it. TJ was talking about how like Biden should go back to sitting at the desk. Or was it you? Did you mention that to me? Or was it
Yeah, there were like say units where they were like done at like the desk and shit. When did they start fucking making like a big old pageantry about it?
You know, the president would say, my fellow Americans, you know, blah, blah, blah. They would deliver the State of the Union. There was none of this fucking like, boo, yay, fucking round of applause, applause, pause bullshit.
I mean, seriously, like, when did that start? Did it start under like a bomber or something?
Pomp and circumstance, garbage, grandstanding.
There's also like weird moments of like weird like hyper like American zeal shit.
Breaks and shit. I really don't know that I trust that you could give an hour and a half long speech sitting at a desk.
That like a lot of these same people were kind of like crowing about Trump doing like the whole like USA, US, and all this other shit. You know, like they were, you know, crowing about Trump doing this type of shit, but that, you know, type of stuff was going on off and on throughout that speech too, and it's just like, huh? I guess it's okay if Democrats do it.
One of the most unprecedented and horrible ways that you can, right? He takes over as vice president, and he's not well remembered.
It's kind of more of a smaller version of, you know, the whole tribalistic poison that, you know, goes back and forth to shit.
But he actually accomplished so fucking much when it came to consolidating the vote. He was an old school politician who knew how to bend the fucking elbow the wrong way a little bit and get people to fucking fall in line. You know what I mean? And so say what you want about his motivations, but as a politician, he was way more savvy at playing the game than modern politicians are. He was way more willing to go outside of his sphere of influence and get shit done. And it really goes to show you what the president is supposed to be. Otherwise, the House and the Senate are going to be constantly in this gridlock. They need a strong fucking sense of leadership in the president. And
I mean, yeah. At least for me personally, the last person that actually had some resemblance of that potentially on that national scale would have been Bernie. Oh, and he's talked about LBJ, but yeah, honestly, he knew how to twist fucking arms.
For our patrons, but Nixon, fundamentally misunderstood president. Yes, he was horribly corrupt. He was a straight-out traitor. But when it came to getting shit done, he had the will to do it.
Yeah.
He happened to stupidly
that's kind of
also to tape himself committing a bunch of crimes.
The whole Watergate scandal, yeah.
I'm just saying, just like a misunderstood politician, a politician that knew how to
started EPA. I mean, that's one thing you actually did good at.
Apply the pressure in the right places to get shit done.
Can you imagine someone trying to start like the
honestly, like kind of the more cultural American zeitgeist, like honestly, he's dead now. The whole like we're gonna get shit done type of thing.
That comes up with it and gets it.
It's like
that's the level.
I mean, it's like it's kind of a wonder why we've been like, you know, slowly deteriorating, because we just kind of lost sense of that when Bandit really wants outside. And it's really wet.
Food stamps or whatever the fuck. Thank Dick Nixon, because he was the one that started the what do they call it, the reverse tax?
Yeah, the negative income tax.
Negative income tax, which is the basis.
Bandit, you really don't want outside, bro.
Programs.
SSGI.
Man, Bandit.
Or SSI.
SSI. and a bunch of, SSI being the foundation for a bunch of other programs that allow people to dip into Social Security for various reasons. And so...
That's a good thing.
You know what I mean? Got shit done. Established things that, whatever his politics were on, and whatever his motivations were for those things are probably considerably, good. The EPA, for all of its faults, and there are many, because really, the EPA's big kind of tragedy is that it's often used to just legitimize pollutants.
It legitimizes a lot of the fucking corporate exploitation because it's easily bought off, especially when you have a 48-year cycle that can flip-flop whoever's the head of it.
Yeah, catalytic converters now.
It's just, I really do feel like that, especially our last two presidents have been
I also think Nixon took us off the gold standard too, if I remember correctly.
Insanely weak. And then the one that preceded that was insanely disappointing. So we've had one president that I feel like really had a mandate to use the presidency like LBJ used the presidency.
He had a huge influence because, he was, after a president was assassinated, that hadn't happened fucking forever.
Right. I really honestly feel like Barack Obama could have stepped up to the plate and been
he easily could have.
Of history.
Considering that's how he fucking campaigned on.
And that was so fucking disappointing that the nation at the end of his 8 years elected the most ridiculous clown that the world has ever seen.
The embodiment of a Cheeto gone wrong.
Almost as an act of protest against this fucking disappointment, in my opinion. A lot of people that voted for Obama had to vote for Trump to beat Hillary. That's just a fact.
Because he didn't want fucking Hillary.
Hillary was just so...
I sure didn't vote for her because I didn't want her. Definitely didn't want Trump either, so I didn't vote for him.
Instead of replacing that horrible, shitty decision with somebody that's at least admirable and has a little political acumen.
I'll let David out. He's not going to like it, but he wants it.
He gets pumped full of fucking Adderall or whatever the fuck before he goes out there, so he's all fucking hyped up so he can get through an hour-long speech. Mumbling, stumbling, fumbling, bumbling. He called the people of Ukraine, the people of Iran last night. Nobody caught it. We didn't catch it. I saw a fucking clip of it. He was talking about Ukraine, and he said, the worst thing we could do is to not stand with the people of Iran or some shit like that. And he just kind of went forward on it.
When he caught him saying I may be wrong about this, that got cut out of the transcript.
Yep.
Oh, I remember that.
As it's delivered and stuff.
Right. After the ACA was passed, Republicans used it to wreck them.
I mean, it's just he's such a... Man, Biden's just such a fucking, floppy, miserable sack of soppiness and patheticness. What the fuck?
And it ended up being just a big wet tongue twist to the insurance. It was like a mandate to buy private insurance. Ridiculous.
There's a lot of people that are poor but not poverty that were put in this awkward position of now I have to pay it.
Anyway, my dad was heavily against that, but because he thought it was over the gov doing it. But it's it's actually because it's a mandate for the private insurance companies. That's why it's bad.
So I don't know.
It's what?
I just feel like America's on a bad one, yo. We're on a bad streak.
Yeah, a little bit.
We're having a bad one. And I just hope that, if nothing else comes out of this, maybe we're done putting doddering old fools in the presidency. Maybe.
What?
The people that have now lived through Trump and will live through the rest of whatever's left of Biden's shambles of a fucking administration, especially after the midterms when the Democrats get wrecked. By the way, the Democrats are about to get wrecked in the midterms because they did nothing. Because they did both jack and shit for the people. anybody that says any different is...
I thought it was more like fucking all.
This isn't Russian ops.
No.
This is them failing.
Jack shit and fuck all.
They're a horrifying failure. They failed to coalesce around any piece of legislation properly. They failed to be politicians like
Honestly, if they just went with the Build Back Better before it got gutted and did the Pro Act, just that alone would probably be still like a good positive look for the Democrats right now. I mean, just straight up.
I just called...
I definitely would think they were, you know, at least doing something at that point. Hey, yeah, got Build Back Better and Pro Act done. Okay.
And what I do...
At least it'd be fucking... There would at least be something I can look at and be like, alright.
Or, I can pick up the phone right now and tell the IRS to take that comb and put it in somebody else's hair. And you can give me your vote. Or else. I'm talking about some skullduggery with these fucking obstructionists. If it's between that, moral wrong, and just denying people health care, strong arm him. Put him over the barrel.
Damn right.
Jail or your vote.
Seriously. Criminal investigation on Mansion and Cinema or vote. To like straight up like pressure them. Get a little mafiaistic about it.
Something other than financial misdeeds if you go that route.
Fucking Hoover, man. Interesting fellow, though. The nosiest of nosies.
He was a piece of shit, but you know what? He was a weapon to be used by a president that was in good with him. He just was. I'll get Hoover's boys on you. It's definitely worth a try. 100% worth a try. And I guarantee you that both Mansion and Cinema could have been folded if the pressure was right.
Oh, yeah.
There's this idea that, well, we just can't do nothing. Mansion and Cinema holding up the whole, gunking up the whole works. We tried. We talked to them.
I mean, honestly, there could have easily been a way for them to fucking, you know, push pressure on them and force a vote out of them. But, oh,
yeah.
We're just
well,
gonna do
I
it.
tell you what, dude, both Mansion and Cinema would have been standing tall for the man. If we had a strong leader, they'd have been standing in the Oval Office with their hands behind their back while the president sat there with his legs crossed at the fucking Resolute desk.
Just like Picard dressed down Wesley.
There would have been political
It's
pressure.
like in Star Trek: The Next Generation. When Picard's dressed down Wesley,
there would have been a plan to get it
would be like that, but tenfold. Because it should be.
Period. So this is 100% political failure, and I think it's a willing political failure because it's easier to just blame the other side constantly and play ping pong with why the American people suffer, you know, in the dark ages when it comes to healthcare and shit.
For real.
What if the blackmailing got exposed by who? It's his word against fucking Mansions. Who's gonna believe? Who's gonna care?
No, for real.
Is Mansion really willing to take that fucking risk? When he knows that his whole fucking family is on the chopping block? About to be the subject of about 8 different fucking federal inquiries and shit? Let's flip through the books and find the dirt, Mansion. Or else.
Yeah, for real. Like, oh, I'm doing one minor little wrong thing and you're doing like 50,000 different wrong things. Oh, yeah. Do you want to play that card? Like, really? Who would give a fuck? Oh, if you're caught blackmailing Mansion or Cinema, like, who literally unironically gives a shit? Like, we're supposed to, like, look at that and be like, oh, the audacity. Hey, Zukov.
Hi, buddy.
Cut it off. Federal investigation. Federal impropriety probe turns up some fucking tax dodging. Oops.
Whoa.
Looks like we need to have a special election because Senator Manchin's going to prison.
Oh, such a shame. Hey, Polygene Surgeon to get her shot.
Telling me there's no dirt under that dude's fingernails? Nobody wants to apply that.
So much dirt, it's almost irradiated.
Everybody's fingernails now, and everybody's afraid to be the first one to do it. There's no political will anymore. There's nobody with a set of cojones.
That and probably
God forbid we have some cojones.
They were like the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah. No will. It's just an utter and complete failure that you can't contextualize it any other way. Because that's all it is.
I mean, it really is just a whole political diplomatic failure domestically on this whole front. Because it's, I mean, it's especially when you have like a dementia-addled, like mentally, cognitively drained fucking son of a bitch, who's basically just being used as a full-on fucking puppet. So it's like, yeah, gee, I wonder why there's like barely any fucking political will. It's like, It's, if somebody were to fucking, you know, actually be a more stronger leader and shit, you know, but, you know, like, I don't know, maybe, you know, there actually would be some more, like, strong army and shit.
That's the thing. There's always, these people always exist, though. I'm not talking about they were installed. They were allowed. Right? So you're getting me wrong. I'm not conspiratorial about this. These people exist always. There are always going to be people that are willing to take money from the other side and try and get political clout to be obstructionists. They've existed since fucking Congress has existed and since before it.
Of course.
Okay? They're called ambitious people. They're called
careerists.
And you know what it takes? Strong arming. Not just going
They're,
like,
they're fucking grifters.
We, you know, we tried, but... Fuck that. Yep. I know you're gonna hate, some of you will hate this, but what about the olden days where you used to offer somebody a position in your fucking cabinet for their vote? What if Joe Biden went to Joe Manchin and was like, look, man.
Honestly, yeah.
This Kamala thing ain't working out, so...
If you at least, you know, work with me and get shit that I want done, I'll let you be VP.
Into the re-election campaign. How about VP? You need your vote.
I mean, hell, even if you don't want to necessarily do the strong arm, but do a velvet glove tactic with it, I mean, fuck.
These fucking senators salivate over cabinet.
Or like leadership position committee chairmanships. Yeah.
Whatever gets them higher on the career fucking ladder.
I know that's what you want. I've already got it here. I've already got the promises. Put you on leaving.
It's just like, where is this fucking strong arm shit that is supposedly, you know, like, it's something that we used to have and shit, because we just don't got no more. It's like, where the fuck? Like, Zelensky at this point pretty much, like, harnessed all of that shit, like, himself. It's like, I've harnessed to get shit done, you know, like, fuck you mentality, I guess, a little bit. Like, you just channel all of it, all that energy concurrently? Because, like, yo, we kind of need some of that over here, bro.
Done because there's no actual political will behind it to get it done. They'd rather just have it die. Because that means they keep, like, what?
I mean, they use that as like a political ad campaign. They'll be like, you use that as a promise for the initial first term, and then during midterm, so it'll be like a promise of, oh, hey, we're going to make sure it gets done. But then fucking the second term, it's like, hey, it's because of these guys. They couldn't get it, you know, done because of them.
Does that need to happen? Yes.
More of us.
Is Nancy Pelosi literally using her position as an internationally renowned fucking politician and somebody that's connected to the things that drive the economy to profit on it? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, she is.
That's a mouthful.
Precedent to set when your money could go up if something like a war happens?
Yes.
Yes. Do we need it addressed now? Yes.
Yeah.
Will it be addressed?
No.
Why? Mansion and cinema.
Because we just can't get it done.
I don't believe that for a fucking second. Mansion and cinema are just a convenient excuse.
They really are.
You like making money the way you're making. You like this political ping pong match where you just try hard and you get to paint yourself as the little David versus Goliath. But in the background, you're fucking getting drunk with Goliath. Exchanging tips on how to upkeep your yacht with Goliath. They shouldn't be.
Wait, if anything, those yachts should probably be sunk.
Serve the American people. Your whole financial life goes on pause. You're not allowed to speculate on mutual funds. You're not allowed to participate in the economy in the same way that everybody is allowed to participate in it.
I like that.
Nope. You're given, I firmly believe this, state level and up, you're given a fucking apartment to live in. that has what you need in it. You're given a salary to live on that allows you enough money to get your food and pay your staffers and whatnot, and that's it.
I like that.
No frills.
I mean, that's something I definitely believe on.
I'm going down to my Virginia mansion, and I'll be down there just sucking on a bit.
I'm gonna go down to the family plantation, y'all. Nah.
No, you're not.
None of this yacht shit. None of this like private jet shit. Nope.
All that shit goes into escrow while you serve. You can't fucking be in it. Federal property now. You want to be in it? Step down.
I like that.
Old life. You don't get to just continuously build up your public life and build up your personal life with it. No. You actually are. Look at the people that wouldn't seek it. But what? I can't stock. I can't even do mutual funds trading? What do you mean all my stuff goes into escrow? What do you mean? Like that.
Yeah, they definitely want. They definitely would be doing that. If anything, they'll just go into different career positions that'll try to, you know, enable more dark money and shit. At least in that type of idea, you know, they'd probably be more heavily cracked down on. Which they already should be in the first place. It's like, here's like a little check quietly that no one needs to know about. A briefcase full of cash that no one needs to know about.
That shit too. I think if you're a public servant, there's no such thing as a private phone.
No.
Sorry.
Sukov?
I mean, maybe there can be, but everything is transcripted. No backroom deal.
Go down.
Bullshit. Your whole fucking cell phone is tapped. And every conversation you have is kept in fucking congressional records for investigation later. So if it's completely immaterial to anything and it's just a nice call to your wife, it's in there too. Right along with your shady deals with this company.
I love how when I go there, Scotty and Jory hit me up.
Well, of course they will.
Nope.
Well, I wanted a rice bowl.
Oh.
And they have no bowls, so.
Public servant. Time to start treating it that way. Time to take the monetary benefit out.
For real.
And exclude it to people who are willing to just live.
Venom, I don't speak emoji. I don't speak emojis, bro.
Some good, honest people who want to serve the
money bag, love money, fly money, dollar signs, blue and green backs. So many emojis for money. Oh my god.
It'll eliminate the people that are looking to immediately start benefiting from their position. You're going to be able to benefit from being a politician, especially if you're a good one. You serve out your terms or whatever, and you're a well-liked fucking person. You're going to go on, and you're going to have celebrity, and you're going to have whatever you had when you started. But none of it. You don't get to take your Wall Street trading and do inside.
Blue on zero, I think. Yeah. It's where the term, I think, blue back comes from at this point. There's greenbacks, you know, green dollar bills and blue backs are like,
and as long as
you know, euro bills and shit.
Allowed to happen, you're going to have this political gridlock, and you're going to have this lack of willpower to get things done for the American people. Because people are thinking about their back pocket before they're thinking about your health.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting donations, political donations, campaign donations, off-the-books gifts from corporations through lobbyists. And that like kitchen remodel that they got on the sly, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That
or the bougie ass fucking refrigerator with the chocolate ice cream.
That's more important to them.
Or super yachts.
Having healthcare. When I say them, I don't just mean the Republicans.
But there really needs to be like an absolute fucking like, you know, rethinking about like what purpose organ is and have a very strict, you know, regulation, especially financially when it comes to that. I smoked through the...
To the exclusion of ever getting reelected.
I smoked through the... I smoked through a coconut the other day. A coconut?
So that's why the Democrats are about to take a bath in the midterms.
Oh, dude, that sounds awesome, actually.
Has nothing to do with anything other than that.
Because it's already like a little hole. All you have to do is just kind of like pop another little hole on the other ends and just fucking, you know.
They want us to sit there and throw the binary level.
I've done it for an apple.
With over and over again in frustration that nothing's happening.
Apparently there's a way to do it for a banana, but
no matter what, They want some of us to pull up.
I imagine
right
that's pretty
no matter
difficult.
what, and they want that great gray middle of understanding.
You'd probably have to have it like this one, where it's kind of, you know, this still green a little bit because it's still stiff,
Yeah.
but maybe not so curved. Because you would have to, you know, or at least have something that's curved that can go all the way through, and like a hole here, or I don't know. Like there's a way to do it, I'm sure.
Make a steamroller. Steamroller.
Yeah. Made a bong out of a coconut. It was cool. Bananas over stuffing. Bananas are either for smoking out of or for eating. You don't stuff them anywhere. TJ.
We know what he's thinking about.
Well, there actually is, so one of the guys I watched, TJ Kirk, he's known as Amazing Atheist on YouTube, but he actually was blackmailed once and just kind of owned up to it, where where one of his exes actually posted videos of him using a banana for a dildo. And, yeah. And, so he kind of just owned up to it. It's like, yeah, I did it, and I do it again, fuck you. And it just kind of became a meme ever since. To this day. Because TJ's been making content and been on the internet, mainly on YouTube and shit, for quite a long time. Like, even before YouTube a little bit. Banana Gate 2014. Was that in 2014? When did it actually, like, happen? Like, I thought it was, like, way before then. Sukov. I don't think you want any of that. There's like a lot of onions and garlic stuff in there. That's not good for you.
Yeah, this is hot and spicy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you can handle that, but, I mean, I don't want to give him a lot of spiciness. 2011? Oh, yeah, okay. 2011 sounds more accurate.
I actually want to correct one thing about my position, about this rant in particular. I think there is political will. I think there's no political will for any kind of populist shit. I think there's political will. Like, you want to see political will at work? Do you guys remember when there was that vote authorizing more, you know, basically more bombs to be sent to is the IDF so they can drop it on Palestinians? And you remember when you know, everybody was speculating that the squad was going to make a big deal out of voting against it, and in particular, AOC, right?
Was John Train? Well, yeah.
And you saw Nancy Pelosi, we don't know what was said, but you saw Nancy Pelosi walk over to her a couple of times. And,
oh, to AOC, yeah, and just absolutely scolding her.
Whatever was said in that conversation got AOC to sit there and cry and vote for whatever it was that was on the table. That's a political will. That's Pelosi. Pelosi went over there and twisted an arm.
Yeah, that was like actually like real life, like arm twisting in the making. We've seen that.
Because that probably made her stock portfolio
kind of, you know, get bumped down a little bit.
You know,
but it's
that's
like,
what happened.
at least her voting the way she did, it helped to bump it. Bump it up.
Play.
And that's, yeah, but that's the straight political will that comes into play.
It's just not for you.
Yep.
Unless you're a billionaire speculator or a billionaire hedge fund manager.
Just fundamentally part of the owner class. I mean, same thing for when, you know, doing more military investing and shit when it comes to, like, fucking, you know, put more money into, or more military equipment into a place like Saudi Arabia as well. Or they're doing a genocide to the Yemenis. So.
The need for speed.
Gives it speed. Zuko.
I do want to drive a car real fast. I will tell you that. I've had the itch for some time now.
It's fun.
Drive a car really fast. It's been a long time since I let it rip.
Let's go on, little skeet skeet.
I don't have a car that's capable of letting it rip, so I'll deal with that somehow.
Hypothetically, if Harley gets his Thunderbird worked up, we would. But he has to, you know, get that shit done. Get that worked out. Fix her up. But he's still got hiccups.
Every now and then.
What car would you like to drive fast? I don't know, man. I just want to get in a car that's real fast. Just to open it up.
Zukov.
Henry Quillars forced into a runoff in the deep morning yesterday in Texas. There's basically a mansion on the house building. Good. We'll see how it turns out.
Henry Quiller was forced into a runoff in the Democratic primary yesterday in Texas.
I'm not talking about
Trailer is basically a mansion in the House of Representatives.
You can, like, you know, go like tracks and real time in a fast car.
Zuka.
You can go zoom, 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 and drive around. I kind of want to do that.
You want my Wi-Fi? Oh, yeah.
I get like something with a manual transmission, so that I can slam that motherfucker.
Just like the Thunderbird. As long as fucking Harley can get it actually up and running.
Gotta go fast.
Zoom zoom. Hey, Zukov, get away from that.
Gotta go zoom, zoom, zoom.
Zukov. Come
What
here.
do you want?
Come here, bro.
My banana. Get the fuck out of here. Oh,
Dahi banana.
yes, I have boots
You
on.
take all your banana. You have no banana. You get 0 banana. Zukov. You get no banana. Monkey say you get no banana.
I don't think you like banana.
That's the worst thing Zukov has done. When I actually first got him, and he was spending the night over at my friend's house, we shot over his bed.
Skips across a lake in it. Sounds familiar. Sounds like fun.
What's the worst thing he's done? Destroyed my shit.
I'm not really looking
Oh, yeah, that too, yeah.
like a generalized.
Where he rummaged through all of his shit when he was gone. for a couple days.
Very particular feeling of having a powerful engine at my command.
Oh, you're just a little anarchist.
In fact, facsimile of that at a thrill ride park.
You're a fucking terrorist.
And,
Yeah.
you know, if you know, you know. If you've ever had the engine of a nice, fast
Luckily, you
car,
haven't really
I'm
done.
not claiming
He's
to-
only like done that once in the house, like a while back, but he hasn't done that really since. So, and I think he did that only because he couldn't hold it. You know, sometimes just gotta be wary of that. I had to be really watchful of him in his early puppy stages, but now at this point, he's good about holding it all and not soiling anything. He's just a good boy.
Fast while having an engine like that at my command.
Just a good baby.
A really fast
Anarcho-pupper. He is a little anarcho-pupper.
experience. It cannot be replicated in a thrill park. Fastest car I ever drove, if you looked it up, you'd probably fucking laugh. It was a fast fucking car. My dad had a 6-speed Dodge Spirit ES.
Dodge Spirit ES.
Back when I was a young man. And, back in the 80s. Man, dude, I got to drive that. It was a weird world back in the day, dude, because I think back on it, dude, my parents, I learned to drive my dad's Jeep car, learned to drive stick really early on. And, like, before I was a teenager. Let's put it that way.
Oh my god, bro.
It was, like, way more common to teach.
Man, you really need a brushing.
Like, I fucking just cruised my way to my driver's license. I didn't even need the learner's permit shit. I already knew how to drive. I'd already done it.
Oh my god, Zukov. You really needed that. Holy
To
crap.
me, like growing up, thinking about it, it's not weird at all. But like, it's very strange.
Damn, bro.
Well, that didn't last long.
That Dodge.
Hmm?
So that didn't last long.
That's really what I want to do. I want to drive that Dodge, man.
No, literally, you
I
just
get in that Dodge spirit.
handed your dad the money and now he's
Open
fucking
it
gone
up.
again. It's like, really, dude?
I don't know where he's going with that, honestly.
On
Walmart.
occasion, not constantly.
Walmart.
If somebody does something really stupid, I will yell at the other driver, or at least like explain
only like, what,
loudly
6?
about how stupid they are.
7.
So yeah, I guess I am one of those people.
That was alright.
I'm a California driver, so a lot of people I think assume that.
Bandit's an anarcho-catist? Yeah, he's an anarch-kitty.
You're reckless, but.
What, Bando?
I'm not.
Yeah, Bandit.
Bandit is just a terrorist
driver,
and
but I'm
fucking
also,
full
like, a
general.
fast driver.
Yeah, he's a little
I'm used to
anarcho-kitty.
Going with the flow of traffic, which in California
Wait, you
is
should see
typically
the
about
fucking
20
debris
miles
outside.
an hour over the
How bad is it?
Well, that rat's still there in the fucking driveway.
So
Damn, filling that sucker up.
I like to go fast.
It'll last me a
But I
day
don't
if I
have
fill it
a
up.
whole slew
What's
of
the worst thing
speed
Bandit's
tickets
done?
on my record to show for
Everything.
fast in a smart way.
Well, honestly,
I like to go
he,
fast.
fucking...
Cars, how's that?
One time when he got a mouse, he didn't quite kill it, but got it in here and kind of... Yeah. It's kind of had its death just scattered about.
Where is your shithead?
He's outside now. He was like territorially occupying me. I did like a total-on coup d'etat and occupied my just me entirely for like about good 30-40 minutes.
Daddy!
Yeah, just being a big old
There
chunk.
are people in California that turn into idiots on the road when it rains. Yes, there are people in California that don't know how to adjust that kind of natural aggressive
Californians suck at driving.
They definitely do.
Yes.
Just glad he doesn't poop in your bed when he's mad like my cat does. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm also pretty glad that doesn't happen either.
Wish your cat doesn't fucking scream at you when you come home.
Yeah.
I don't know how to slow it down to be safe in those types of conditions. There are people like that, but it's not like a lot of people. I'm not a Lidfoot, no. I've been called a Lidfoot before, but I really don't think I am. I really think that at my age, a Lidfoot would have like a dozen speeding tickets or some shit, and a restricted driver's license or something. I'm a pretty safe defensive driver.
My girlfriend's so amazing.
Oh, nice.
Well, she puts it on my... I send it to her, and then she puts it in her account, and then she puts it in my account.
Yeah.
Well, she has access to that.
Yeah.
Because she was my co-signer.
Yeah.
So basically, she has access to go in and everything.
But I do like to go fast.
Are you still an anarcho-Bidenist? Why in the fuck would I be that? My hand's so amazing. Your hand? Do I even want to know?
His
I might be
hand.
doing a long drive coming up in a couple of months. So maybe I'll do a little stream from the road or something. Although I will tell you, when I drove from Louisiana
Oh, Dory's leaving.
I already know that.
California,
I was actually meaning to tell you. She's
Yeah,
gonna be
she's
over
going to
at
Oregon
OC.
City.
Huh?
She's on to Oregon City.
Yeah. OC, yeah. Making a jerk off pun. Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
I figured. Like, I wonder what you're implying there, buddy.
it'll be hard though, because I'm gonna want to play like music, so we'll probably get flagged. No. I don't like being on airplanes and stuff.
I love being on planes. I like commercial aircraft though. I mean, I definitely prefer being more.
Cessna.
Well, like more, yeah, like more like smaller planes and shit. Because I've flown on those type of things, or even like smaller commercial jets where they actually have some room in them and some space. Yeah, like because I've flown on those before, like Embraer EBJs, shit like that, where they actually have some space, So, I mean, so like smaller commercial aircraft actually aren't too bad. It's just like the more standard like 737s and shit like that. That's the absolute worst movie I like. For me, it's Dude, Where's My Car?
I got an all-time favorite movie.
At least for like the best like for me, basically it's the what's my best worst movie that I like type of thing. It's like, I don't. That's kind of tough one because I really do like.
You hate being on a plane because the seats are too small. I mean, like.
Probably the Green Misty Sky, honestly.
Less of an issue than like.
Picture our dog's bone and scares. Tell Doug and Nice is also guilty pleasure.
And typically it means that my knees are crammed up against the seat.
Oh, fucking Death Dog was a pretty guilty one too.
That's all there is to it.
Fucking what's it called?
So I'm not a big dude, but I'm thankfully not so big that I have to put my girth as the.
There's like actually a pretty crazy what was it?
The fact that I'm sandwiched in horizontal.
I don't even remember her name, honestly. Fuck.
Yeah, it's super uncomfortable. It makes me like want to spend extra money getting that leg room seat or whatever the fuck. I've done that before. Almost not worth it. It's not even planes needing a redesign, dude. I used to ride on planes.
Oh.
I went on a couple of planes, long planes, and they have like sandwiched more seats into these planes. A lot of these planes are the same planes that were flying when I was.
Oh fuck.
Huh.
And they've taken the original configuration, which allowed for less passengers, but more room for the passengers.
Oh damn. Massive cargo ship carrying cars from Germany to the U.S. sank nearly 2 weeks after a fire on board. Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing about that because of the batteries on them and shit. Because the batteries on board, they're electric car batteries, so they burn and they're a lot harder to put out. So I think that was the main reason why it kept burning and eventually sank. Recently watched T1, T2 holds up better, while T2 is mostly just an action fest. I mean, I like T1 T1, I don't know. Like, it's always kind of like a back and forth to me with that.
I think if they took like 6 rows or 8 rows out of every plane, it would be a way more comfortable experience for everybody.
If they really did do that. Honestly, for all planes, even the more like somewhat roomier ones, like of the smaller commercial aircraft. They'll cut into our profit margins. We'll have to make tickets like 10 times more expensive. Put the blame on the consumer.
That must have been a wicked fucking ride.
I say Aliens better than Aliens because it's more of a horror movie. Yeah,
That must
I
have
get
been a
that.
wicked fucking ride.
Oh, damn, that's actually pretty cool. Wait, what's up with the windshields and shit though?
Smashed.
I guess it. Yeah, let me look at this.
Like an absurd
Fucking smashed.
of what a human being needs to take a shit.
Well, yeah.
That had to be a wicked fucking ride now.
I mean, honestly, it's not that big of a deal to repair, honestly.
No, you just buy it, put a new cab on it. It's back half.
think it's at a certain point, if you're so fat you can't fit in a seat, you should probably...
I wonder how that happened. It must have flipped over.
Usually once they roll over, you can't fucking stop them. They keep on going.
Well, maybe I'm assuming probably like, you know, rolled over and hit like in the bottom of a ditch, like as it went over a small mound or some shit. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, you were able to get it out, whatever happened, and whatever it wasn't really like it's still some decent damage, but it's not really that bad. Ah, a tiny droplet of tea just went right in my eye. That was nice. It's very uncomfortable. Ah. Yo, why? Why, T? Why'd you just do that? Why'd you backfire on me like that, yo? Bruh.
Public transportation in the U.S. is not very common. It's common, but it's not very good.
Yeah, it's not efficient.
It's shitty.
Ukraine update. I was actually kind of checking off and on a little bit, and there hasn't really been much.
There are very few areas that have decent public transportation.
I mean, last updates were some different stuff that were happening. Like air raid reports, you know, deaths in different regions of southern Ukraine.
But that doesn't mean it has to be shit.
That was a couple hours ago.
Let me see your war face.
Good. Use this opportunity to brush you a little more, buddy. Oh.
Like in some areas, public transit's nice and it's like encouraged for everyone. Like, especially like some like Midwest states, like this is just the poor people bus. Shit.
There's definitely like in most of America.
I mean, it's kind of savage, true. At least around Portland, there's definitely some flaws and some shit, but there is at least encouragement and, you know, even slowly but kind of making some improvements on it too. Still has flaws. Over once, it's probably Kherson you're thinking of. I can show you the live UA map and show you why I think that. Hold on, another ad popped up.
Are you up right now?
Okay, this is the most fucking weirdest ad. What the fuck? Okay, that made me feel uncomfortable. I just wanted that muted entirely. Oh, God, what the fuck? Okay, that really made me uncomfortable.
It's a functional nightmare. At least it exists and you can use it. Usually.
Yeah, well, you definitely didn't no car.
Nope. There were only a couple of times when I was living in that Seattle.
Well, you're probably thinking here.
Maybe it would be cool to have
I'll get kind of Paul out off of that end.
I heard Amtrak is better than the Canadian equivalent. I feel slightly patriotic about that. I wouldn't know.
There's definitely some places.
And Mariupo's under siege as well, so.
Yeah.
And there's a nuclear plant right over here too.
That's why it was so important to me to get my driver's license right at 16 and shit. Because I lived in an area where if you didn't have a car, your ass was fucking literally sitting in fucking Cowtown.
Oh, God.
And begging a ride off of one of your older friends or some shit. That was no bueno. You had to have wheels, man.
Come on, bro. Seriously, map? It like kind of loads some of it. Like, okay, there we go. Yeah, it's like a little nuclear power plant right here.
Or if you wanted to like take some of the money.
So they're trying to get to that as well.
Mom load you up in a minivan and drop you off and pick you up exactly at 8:30 on the dot. You know, you go out. It was like freedom. It wasn't about flexing.
Yeah,
like for me. For
which
some
side
people
is
it
that?
was.
Okay.
But there were very few kids that I grew up around that had enough money where they could really like flex with their car and shit. Like it was more about just having freedom. It was about like I'm not.
Bet Putin's pissed or take so long to capture Kiev. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you know he is.
Give me a ride somewhere. You know, if I want to just like get out, I can go get out.
Whoop. Fuck. Get out of there.
It wasn't even really about the friend thing either, because everybody I knew had cars, so there was always like somebody. It was about having a personal. Because I did this a lot. This is what I was more protective of than, because like I could have bummed rides off any number of friends to go out to the movie.
So they're trying to move
like 5 or 6
forces in for this area and shit, but yeah.
I would just go driving in my car a lot. Just go somewhere on my own. You know what I mean? Have like a little solitary fucking.
Vostomel, Bucha, and Airprint have been like very heavily contested areas.
Public transit is just good enough where I can get around without a car.
Yeah.
It kind of sucks because I get to go with the schedule, but I went on like just a couple of bus adventures.
Yeah.
Like, just get off at a stop and just wander around.
Yeah, I would definitely have done that had that been like anything. There was literally no public busing system in the town I grew up until, I don't know, it was probably in the last 10 years I think they started running like a reliable public bus. And so, you didn't have a car, you were ass up. That's just it.
Map.
That's would be late though in my town. There was like a billion fucking train tracks
Yeah.
stuck behind them.
Yeah, this main road right there goes straight to Mariupol. Manhush.
Ride, and thank goodness today is a
Sartana.
flash ride. No plebs today. Oh my god. I don't think I could deal with it.
And it'll be less newsy because you have to make up all those.
Yeah. We have tons of goals that didn't get met on the pleb shows to make up for the patrons.
Hey.
Lots of fun stuff to go through. It won't be like a big news hound fest where I have to like pretend to, you know, fucking be interested in it.
That kind of reminds me, I want to kind of check up on that too a little.
Stew in my own juices for the rest of the week. Space Pirate and Eve Online.
But I definitely am a little bit more down with those fucking
About Eve a couple of shows ago, got me to jump back into the game.
that fucking space piracy though and shit. It's like I really want that.
The game has changed a little bit, and some of the stuff that I used to be able to do.
That's why I yearn for, you know, for the unification of our species and shit for us to achieve such.
So, like, I went out into wormhole space this month. They increased the amount of cargo space the shit that you get from exploration takes up. So my little exploration ship that I love. And there's kind of enough cargo there to deal with exploration now.
I bet you they would. Probably.
Expensive ship. Take a bigger risk. And I don't really like that.
I'll just have to, you know, slide you in and be like, hey, just be a cook and just blend in.
I don't care.
You'll just get, you know, some other poor sad bastard that looks like you.
Yeah, I've streamed it before. I did some like.
I made some trolling remark and you re-event to me. This is vented yet.
Yeah, it's risky to play the game that way because when you stream it, like people in the game are bored. That's the thing.
It's like, what if we catch a bounty on one of our other, you know, fellow compatriots? It's like, yeah, red flag alert.
Where I was, a ton of things.
It's like, uh-oh.
You can look at that will tell you exactly where a person is, and you're never safe in Eve. Like even in the areas where you're supposed to be safe, like the newbie zones and shit. There's only a couple of systems in Eve where you're truly safe like that. But,
I only remember playing Eve once, and
I don't operate in one of them.
and it ended up lagging too hard because my computer couldn't take it. So
There would probably be like a game
I'll definitely eventually want to actually check out Eve and kind of go further into it.
off of it, but number two, it's just funny to watch.
Because it definitely sounds like and looks like a really cool, fun fucking game.
It's actually kind of fun. Like I did this actually old Eve series where I did a couple of streams. They're still up here, I think, with my friend Captain Tree, called Risky Trades with Captain Tree. And the whole idea was to try and like have Captain Tree fill up his cargo hold in a little industrial hauler with a bunch of stuff, and then we were gonna go deep into like hostile space to try and sell it at a profit. And I was gonna scout for him by jumping, in my cheetah.
Oh my god, I just saw this meme. Hold on, look.
Some people were watching our stream, and on our way back from our first load, where we didn't make much money,
Breaking during some of the heaviest shelling in the city of Kharkiv, former primary school teacher Avian Kotochniski has been traveling throughout the city and take care of unaccompanied minors. Locals have called him the Kharkiv Kid Finder for his seemingly supernatural ability to find young boys who have any ability of protecting them. And it's fucking Bosch! Oh my god. Okay, it's just like that got me a good little laugh. Like, oh my god. Kharkiv Kid Finder. What the fuck? What the hell, man?
To cover some strategic things and keep some other, like, Eve is a game you can play multi-window, so I could drag some of the UI elements out.
You're just so much more softer now, buddy.
Onto another stream and have
You
it
sweet
there, and I can be safe about it, but it's just kind of like, I really don't care to. I just want to kind of play the game. I don't want to worry about it. I found a good little like pocket system that I can mine in pretty peacefully. There's hardly anybody there. Very low traffic in the area, and I can just kind of sit and mine and not have to worry about it too much.
Yeah, ran fun little shit going down. That isn't this Ukraine shit. Not really much. The Diblers had a debate with a supporter of the Russian invasion? Quote, what invasion? Oh god. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh god, there's probably just like infinity hot takes galore that are just abhorrently shit.
That woodpecker or something? Got a big loud toot.
No, it's scrub jay. They make those noises.
Are you getting down with Packers? Is that your first call?
Spring has sprung,
Here's another meme. Polite invasion. Oh, I remember this. Oh, I remember seeing this on the Nemiko stream like a few days back. This is like a speed, all sped up. But yeah, they like stop and let cars drive by and shit. It actually looks a little amusing like this. Oh, there was that tank with the Soviet flag on it too. Yeah, that was definitely the day I remember that. Because somewhere near the end of that, there was that Russian tank with the flag on it. Near the very end of this. Somewhere in there. It's actually wholesome. Actually, thinking about it was a little bit when they're all just kind of casually just chilling there, like, alright, we'll let people pass and come and go. I mean, seriously, look at this. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, like that was a moment. There's straight up.
What?
No.
Is he okay? Did he pass? It ain't helping. Oh my god.
I don't even know what was going on there. Like they didn't even stop for anything.
Oh my god.
It's just like, it's like, huh? They weren't even. It's like none of them, aside from like, all right, you can go. You know, aside from them letting people, people come and go. I mean, they didn't straight up. Yeah, they're just, they didn't even react to anything. But to be fair, on the other side of that camera, they were kind of, doing some shit too, near Nova Karkova. So. Played even once, didn't get far, but I played in minor, made enough money by subscription with in-game money. We did puff pieces on ass off years ago for our children's camps. Oh, I think I remember seeing this.
In Ukraine, a far-right militia known as the Azov Battalion is holding summer camps for kids.
Тут не як в других лагерях. Тобто ми пропагандуємо здоровий образ життя, заняття спортом. У нас майже всі спортсмени. Тобто дітей, яких в табори відправляють там, де їх просто веселять, то в нас вже трошки інше направлення.
This is the future of Ukraine, of our nation. So we teaching children to love Ukraine. Слава Україні! Слава нації! Україна!
Guys are going out to campus kids. Yeah, seriously, Jesus. Let's kind of skip around this.
Я думаю, что самое зло это,
That was it?
допустим, на том же гей-правый сектор, который там бьет людей, допустим, на том же гей-параде. Но я думаю, что самое зло это как бы те, которые воюют за Украину. Я думаю, что нормальные люди.
Normal people, huh?
Ну а какие ты хочешь получить ощущения в Азове?
Не знаю, какие-то более чистые, может быть, или немного от того, что там вроде читал, что будет обучение на ножах.
Ну, это хорошо, что будет обучение в ножах. Ну а как ты думаешь, сильно поменяешься после Азова?
Anton and Dima met with the rest of the young recruits and took a minibus to the Azov summer camp on the outskirts of Kiev.
It's kind of...
Some people might think it's too hard for children. What do you think?
Я думаю, що для дітей це не важко, коли вони розуміють, яку велику ціль ми переслідуємо.
And if they don't?
Це саме, в принципі, робиться на базі рекрутів полку Азова-Тек. Тобто ми дітей підготовлюємо до таких стресових ситуацій в житті, щоб вони не були хнитіками, так би мовити. Ви можете побачити, як діти несуть покарання за те, що...
That looked a little cultish. Like, what the fuck was that? What was this? What is this?
Ви можете побачити, як діти несуть покарання за те, що ми знайшли сигарети. В одного з хлопців ми знайшли сигарети. Інші його друзі-побратими теж несуть покарання. Тому що ми вчимо дітей, що вони одна велика родина, що всі повинні допомагати один одному. А коли у дітей якесь покарання йде, то виховник або інструктор разом з дітьми присідає, витискається. Тобто у нас нема того тоталітаризму, який був при радянській владі, і покарання вони вчаться.
Oh, so that's the difference, huh? Oh, we're also doing it with them. It's egalitarian, see?
Мне нравится лагерь, но как-то немного все
Oh my god, dude.
То есть
It's been built for year-round training.
Ви зараз їдете на оболонь, на нашу другу базу. Так? Ті, що з ними вже знайомі, помахайте ручку і передавайте привіт на 52. Ну що, ти праворуч, приймай за нього.
А ворожа гляда дує, серце глибоко пірнуло, біля мене, друже, тож мені байдуже, а як доля припече, поруч голове плече.
Seriously, some cultist shit going on here.
The first stage in expanding the youth program.
This is gonna be a new kitchen. And this is the administration. This is all our place. 80 можемо легко розмістити.
Oh, well, hold up. Well, oh, hey, hold on. What was that? Huh. What do we have there? Uh-huh. Seen the patches? Yeah.
У него другие взгляды, он бьет себе одно, я бью себе второе. Из одного человека не надо нас валять их. Вот.
Yeah. Yeah, this not only swastika, but black sun are surrounding it too.
Кто занимается вот с детьми, весь персонал, который находится здесь, у них это не свастика.
These guys part national. Yeah.
Те, кто там, не знаю, там, может, на передовой где-то ребят там видят, те, кто занимается именно лагерем, при ранее нас интервьюируют, у нас никого свастик, ничего нету.
None of us. What? There's literally one on the. Oh my god.
Думаете, ну вот когда вы готовите, что они в принципе там...
Careful with that puppy, you fuck.
Для этого как бы подготавливаем наш лагерь военно-патриотический, мы как бы передаем свой опыт, но не для того, чтобы они там...
Someone rescue that puppy.
Воевать. Чтобы они хорошо учились и розширяли нашу страну.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Пусти лише голову. Ти можеш його взяти, не піднімай, тот. Ти до нього. Отак, ти як можна образом. Ти можеш його підігнутися і так у себе взяти. Ближе.
Мне казалось, что как бы ну, будет немного легче, но оказалось, что немного строже, но как бы не сильно. Я понял, что реально вот это тот момент, когда реально одна ошибка может смерть человека.
Я ж тебе показав. Все, затаск. Все, стоп симуляція, ставиш. Продовжуй.
Допустим, когда граната, ты не падаешь и все. Жизнь заканчивается, и это немного странно. Точнее страшно, что вот как бы, все люди допускают какие-то ошибки.
Anton and Dima told us they were never taught about Nazism or fascism at the camp. Gold explained his version of Azov's ideology.
Good brains go out because don't have a good monies in our countries. Another Europe countries can give a good pay for their work, but in our countries it's bad. Intelligence go out. Only nationals can give only for this country, not Democrats, not liberalism, because they gave to us another culture, but we have our culture.
So what does that even mean?
Ну, потому что как бы было интересно, но однообразно. Может, ты приедешь.
Да, первый раз в жизни стадию.
Ну тогда я.
В нашей школе, когда сдавали буклетики с азовца и...
To get booklets out in school, the fuck?
То, что мне здесь понравилось.
Oh my god, not one of those cult chants. Just sweet baby race. I don't want another one of those cult chants. Oh my god. Well, that's I mean, I'm still trying to even wrap my head. It's like, I mean, Ukraine still has their own. Like, no one's saying they don't, aside from the weird, like, Russian fascist types like Putin. So it's like, what does that even mean? Let's go as well. So, yeah. But yeah. Wash down some weed. Yeah, definitely gonna be doing that. Oh, sweet berry rays. This, oof. There's a wide Zelensky. What the what? Hold up. This is an epic version. Oh shit. He looks fucking silly. I love it. Wide Zelensky, dude, I love it. Okay, this is too good. Looks like a penguin. He does. He looks like a penguin. I love it though. Hold on, this is it. We're not even halfway through it. Oh shit, they're rewinding it. This is an epic version of the song too. I love it. Oh my god. Wait, those are Ukrainian fighters. Why are they retreating? Those are Ukrainian MiGs. Why was that in this? Oh my god, wide Zelensky waving is actually pretty fucking silly looking. Oh my god, it just gets more absurd. Okay, oh my god, that was an excellent meme. This strategic defeat. Has taken his wide meme for Putin too. He's taken the wide Putin meme. Dude, Zelensky's appropriated the wide Putin meme. It's yes. Oh my god. Started to defy gravity. Those are actually Ukrainian MiGs. No one's corrected the person. Oof. Like, I mean, I mean, one reason why you can also tell, I mean, where was it? Somewhere in here, right? Yeah, right here. We could probably actually pause on it real quick, hang on. Okay, that, it's a little transparent, but in a way that actually might make it okay. But yeah, that's definitely a MiG-29. And Ukrainian MiGs are in a more digital, like, gray pattern, and that's gray. So that's the Ukrainian MiG. So. I mean, granted, this was 4 days ago, so people probably weren't aware of it at the time. But just a little fact check on that. A little flex on that shit. Because if you at least look at the Ukrainian Air Force's MiGs with their 29s and shit, they're in that gray pattern, and that one is certainly in a gray pattern. And kind of a more digital gray look. So, I mean, you can't necessarily see all the specificity of the pattern itself, but you can tell it's gray. Though I must say, that's an excellent meme. Meanwhile, on the ISS, oh my god, okay. Okay, there are some funny memes coming out of this whole shit a little bit. Okay, this one's a little funny. For Americans and Germans and 2 Russians walking in the ISS, like, what's gonna go down on that little ball? Like, oh my god. Okay, there's definitely been some fun memes. Yeah. See what other random nonsense there is. That doesn't really seem like much. Meh. Greenland's on after a week. Man, it really has been 7 days. Jesus. Little so good. You sleepy baby. He's most certainly the sweetest little baby that has ever sweetened. I guess I'll check out the whole live stuff.
That, the Russian forces had, they've taken hold of the city there in Kherson.
Alright, I was correct on my assumption.
Restrict the flow of traffic in and out of the town. Only people that have food or medicine in their cars are allowed to drive into the city this morning. So we're going to keep an eye on the situation in Kherson. Catharus says, internet and power, all a true gamer needs. Yeah, he mentioned earlier he plays Valorant, and that he's been spending most of his time playing games, checking the news, and when he can, during the daytime, walking about outside. He said the curfew started around 7, 8 a.m.
So some Ukrainian out there is just kind of keeping in touch in the news, but just kind of gamer broing it out. Like, I'm just going to gamer bro it. Just going to stay inside and just hope my internet stays good.
At night you have to stay indoors,
Gotta respect that a little bit. It's like, hey, I still got time to game. Fuck this war. I'm just gonna game, bro. I mean, I gotta respect that. Honestly, I got a little bit.
Foreigner in Kiev. He does speak some Ukrainian, and he speaks Turkish and a little bit of English, just enough for us to be able to communicate. And again, guys, we are tracking multiple reconnaissance aircraft in and above the airspace of Ukraine at this hour, including 2 RC-135s. We have an E-3 Sentry, as well as, I believe, Forte 10 is still up in the air this hour as well.
He just appropriated his seat. He's gonna come back, you know that, right? Sukov just captured his seat. Look at this. Look at him over there.
And with that, guys, stand by.
What a little jerk. Oh, but he looks so cute and soft now that he got brushed. Oh, there's another view of Novokarkova, an intersection. Here, let's actually kind of look at Sukov says his seat. His seat now, bitch, yep. Oh, he just curled in the cutest little ball. Oh, I don't think he's gonna, I don't know how he's gonna fucking deter you out of that seat. So there's Kiev, it's 2 pics of Kiev there. I think, what about Cam 3 and 5 are? It doesn't say. And there's these reconnaissance aircraft here near Moldova, over Romania at the moment. One's over Bulgaria. They're all taking the same flight path. And that E3 Sentry looks like is in Romania. Romaine. Man, it's really all quiet. I feel like I'm hearing like an engine or something though. Yeah, I am. Might be a generator. All on the watchtower. See what those planes are doing. Oh, well, another one popped on screen. That's out in Poland, it looks like. Yeah, because there's okay, yeah, okay. The E3 Sentry's turning, and that one that just popped on screen is moving pretty quick too. Wonder what it's doing. Or I guess more or less, I wonder what it is. Probably another surveillance aircraft. Alright. The E3 Sentry is kind of going along the western side of the Ukrainian border a little bit because they're near Moldova. You know, they could be actually tracking what's going on around Odessa because they are kind of near where the Ukrainian border is, in between Moldova and Romania, where Odessa is. So honestly, it's probably likely that they're seeing what's going on in that general region. I have a feeling the next couple hours they're probably going to make naval incursions into Odessa, on top of going to Mykolaiv. And then Mariupol is probably going to have the same thing as well. So pretty much like a good chunk of southern Ukraine is going to, you know, likely be occupied for sure within the next couple days. Obviously putting up hell of a fight too, of course. Hopefully with minimalization of casualties on all sides, because we don't need more of that. Yeah, where's that other plane going? It's not taking the same flight path, it's going somewhere different. Well, now those two planes are parallel of each other, the E3 and the other one, I think the E6, I believe. Huh. I kind of want to see what some of the chat in this little live stream is saying. Crash seems like an awful call sign for a plane. Wait, is there actually a plane that has a call sign crash on here? I doesn't see it on there, but huh. Actually, it looks like some people are talking about whether China's going to do something about Taiwan. And someone's saying no, well, yes, eventually, but China's not set up with the evasion. It'll take around 6 months to build force and logistics up to invade. I'm watching their every move. I mean, honestly, yeah, when it comes to an invasion, like, that's why this has kind of been seen for a while when it came to Russia and shit. You know, with their whole excursion and, you know, posturing and, you know, imperialistic, you know, power grabbing. You know, like, you know, it comes in many and all forms, and this is one of them. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, at least for China, they're not necessarily doing that, or at least from the looks of it, or else we probably would have seen build-ups and stuff. So it's kind of an eventuality, but they're kind of biding their time. Probably because, you know, that would probably lead into a more bigger escalation. Concerning the U.S. ties to Taiwan. I almost said it. That was about to be an oof. Where'd he go? Oh, he's still in that chair. Well, you're just a sweet boy, you know that? Cute little thing. Yeah, it's kind of mostly just that sound. But I think I'm probably going good for now, but I might come back on later. Just kind of see what all is happening and stuff. See if there's other stuff of interest. But Well, I want to at least get some food in me and check out the Patreon episode on Nuggets and stuff. See what that was all about. So, peace out. And of course, I'll be around for that next one, which will probably be a little later anyway.